Just as Long Fei was about to use the power of the ancient dragon body, he felt a hint of the dragon's aura. Just as Long Fei was about to use the power of the ancient dragon body, he felt a hint of the dragon's aura. However, he wasn't shocked, but his eyes shone with even more excitement. The dragon race had been exterminated. There were no longer any dragons in the Dragon Vein Mountain of the Divine Space. The remaining dragon clan members who were hiding everywhere in the Divine Space, being chased and killed by the Xians, were basically on the edge of being exterminated. In order to protect himself and turn into a dog of the Emperor Xian, the current patriarch of the dragon clan, Long Wushan, had caused even the families of the Divine Space to mock him. The dragon race had become the laughingstock of the Divine Space. Everyone pushed against the wall. Previously, the dragon clan's camel was still bigger than a horse, but now everyone wanted to step on it ruthlessly. If he met any dragon clan disciples, he wouldn't let them go. He could just kill one of them and go to Xian's to receive their rewards. Emperor Xian also said that ancient world did not need the existence of the dragon race. Emperor Xian was currently one of the most powerful powerhouse in the competition, so his words carried a lot of weight in the competition. If he said this, then wouldn't those dragon clan disciples be killed when they saw him? Pray for a phoenix to become a dragon? Ha ha ha! I want both the dragon and the phoenix. After killing the dragon clan disciples, I will be rewarded with the Xians, and then I will be able to obtain the spirit blood of the Phoenix Princess. My cultivation will be raised by leaps and bounds, and when I return to the divine space, I will be a 9th-ranked god. The black-clothed man excitedly stepped into the mountain gate. Who is it? Daring to enter the ancient antiquity? Do you have the order badge? 2 disciples who were guarding the mountain stopped the black-clothed man's path. The man in black sneered. In that instant, his figure moved, his shadow curling up. Kacha, Kacha! The instant his figure passed through the 2 disciples, the 2 disciples didn't even have time to react before falling to the ground. Their faces were deathly pale, without any signs of life. The black shadow man didn't even look at them. He did not use any of his strength. Seeing that, Fong Wamping immediately ran forward, his brows knitted, and thought, "This man's cultivation is too strong. I have to notify the great clan elder as soon as possible, if not, I am afraid that ancient antiquity will be able to." He didn't dare think about it. Those elite disciples of the King Swordsman rank from before died miserably in the hands of the black-clothed man, the same way. This guy was simply not someone from the world of mortal world. With the appearance of the divine space's powerhouse, who could block it? Seeing that the black-clothed man had walked far away, Fong Wamping changed his direction and flew directly towards the inner door. The man in black did not stop him. He had already reached his destination, so he didn't care much about Fong Wamping. In his eyes, everything within the world of mortal world were ant. What he wanted was phoenix blood. He had already locked onto the phoenix blood aura and was approaching it step by step. As for those who tried to stop him, there was only one outcome: die. After the first round, there were only 18 disciples left out of 36 people. This time, Long Fei's side had half of the participants. The other 9 people all felt extremely pressured. If they were to lose after the second round, then only Long Fei and the rest remained. At that time, the competition would be entirely controlled by Long Fei. Let the second round of the martial competition begin. First round, Wu Huo will fight against Ma Tian. Disciples, please step forward. The second round of the martial arts competition began. Long Fei patted Wu Huo's shoulders and said, "His cultivation is higher than yours, but your talent is far stronger than his. Furthermore, the one you are afraid of right now is him. Don't feel burdened." Wu Huo nodded and said, "And?" He strode towards the arena. At this moment, the space between Phoenix's eyebrows sank and her expression changed. Long Fei could not help but ask, "What happened to you? Your face is so ugly?" Phoenix shook her head and said, I'm fine. Is there something wrong? Long Fei said. Phoenix quickly recovered her cute expression, giggled, and said, Maybe I ate too much barbecue yesterday, my stomach was a bit uncomfortable. My darling, I'll go take care of it. Long Fei scratched Phoenix's nose and said, It's just that you don't understand how to take care of yourself, hurry up and go. Phoenix nodded and replied, and then, Phoenix quickly left the square. The black-clothed man could sense her existence, and Phoenix could also sense his approach. It was just that. In the beginning, she did not put it to heart. It was only when the black-clothed man entered the ancient antiquity that she felt it, making her panic a little. Moreover, what kind of powerhouse was the black-clothed man? Someone who could kill her grandfather. If he found this place, the entire outer sect would probably die cleanly. The outer sect disciples didn't care. The most important person was Long Fei. She couldn't let anything happen to Long Fei. Wu Hua wins. Next match. After a few rounds, Wu Hua still won. He won with a psychological advantage. The talent of the five-element fire placed an even greater pressure on every disciple. If it wasn't for this, wanting to win wouldn't have been so easy. Talent was talent after all. Talent can only mean that you have a potential that is even stronger than ordinary people. Before this potential is revealed, the cultivation realm will still explain everything. Wu Tu walked up the stage. Not long after, he won too. However, Long Fei was a little absent-minded. Why is the girl not back yet? Yunxi looked at Long Fei and said, It's just a stomachache, look at how nervous you are. Long Fei shook her head and said, Something is wrong. She must be hiding something from me. What kind of existence was a phoenix? She had diarrhea? Just kidding. Yunxi was startled and said, How about this, I'll go look for them. You stay here and calm the scene, they can't do without you. Indeed. Long Fei was their backbone, and the moment he left, it would affect them greatly. Long Fei said, All right, find her and come back as soon as possible. Yunxi said, Don't worry. Yunxi quickly left. Long Fei was a little uneasy in his heart, and had a bad premonition. Wu Shui wins, next match. I won, hee hee. The little girl jumped down. All five of them won the match. Next match. Bailey Tianhai against Zhong Qi. As soon as he finished, Bailey Tianhai became excited. Finally, it's my turn. Long Fei's expression also tightened and said, Tianhai, Zhong Qi's strength is not simple, he has always been concealing himself, you must be more careful. Bailey Tianhai said, Big brother, don't worry. Even if I die today, I will let him die first. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. He didn't forget his grudge outside the South Heaven Gate for even a second. If it was not 10 times more, he would not be Bailey Tianhai. Bailey Tianhai walked up the stage, looked at Zhong Qi and said, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Zhong Qi sneered and said, The last time I didn't kill you, I let you know what it means to feel despair. This time, I'll let you know what it means to feel despair again. Just you wait. Just wait for you to kneel in front of me and wail. Ha ha. Zhong Qi was very arrogant. Zhong Qi was very arrogant, because he had the power to be arrogant. He was ranked second in the Outer Sect's top 10 rankings, and his second-round talent score was even higher than that of the Sword Immortals. His cultivation was also in the second level of the Sword Immortal. To have such powerful strength, he could indeed be arrogant in the outer court. He did not place Bailey Tianhai in his eyes, as his attention was always on Long Fei. Because only the strong in this world can explain everything. On the fighting stage, even at 10,000 brain geniuses would not be able to withstand a single punch. Bring it on! Bailey Tianhai released the aura from his body, as his eyes firmly locked onto Zhong Qi. Zhong Qi said coldly, Prepare to tremble. Boom! Boom! He lowered his fists, and they were covered with a pitch-black layer of iron. His talent was Iron Fist. Clenching both of his fists together, kacha-kacha sounds rang out and his body sank slightly. So, his figure disappeared. His speed was extremely fast. Elder of Inner House could not help but exclaim in shock, "What a fast speed! A brainless genius is a monster that can only be found by luck. Do you want me to protect you? If anything happens to him, that would be the loss of our ancient antiquity." "That's right. He can't let anything happen to him." The few elders started to discuss, implying that Bailey Tianhai was not Zhongqi's opponent. After all, his talent was different. One was his brain, the other was his strength. If the two of them were to compete in strength, naturally, they would suffer a disadvantage if their brains were better. Seeing Zhongqi's figure disappear, Bailey Tianhai tightened the space between his eyebrows as his body slightly sank. Boom! He rushed out as well. His fists sank. It was an almost identical move as Zhongqi's, as if he was copying it just now. Zhongqi laughed disdainfully. "You overestimate yourself. Go to hell." Both of his fists became illusory, and his iron fists suddenly became bigger, directly transforming into a huge iron hammer, exploding in the air. Zhao Dehan's gaze tightened. "Second brother, be careful." Long Fei's eyes also darkened. He started to worry for Bailey Tianhai. Crap! Elder of Inner House stretched out their necks, and a few elders wanted to rush out and protect Bailey Tianhai at any time. However, the corner of Bailey Tianhai's mouth lifted slightly, and said, "Move 3 centimeters to the right." His body suddenly stopped. Just as he said, the right side moved by 3 points. Rumble! The iron hammer exploded down, pretty much hitting Bailey Tianhai's face, but it just didn't hurt him at all. The center of the arena exploded. Shards flew in all directions. Everyone let out a heavy sigh. Zhongqi's gaze turned sinister, retracted his huge iron fist, and swept it across the room. Bailey Tianhai said once again with a light voice, "Speed, 18,000 strength, 69,000. Jump!" With a flick of his body, he directly landed behind Zhongqi. Everything was within his calculations. His 8-brain computing ability was like a superpower, completely surpassing everything else. Zhongqi's face darkened. He felt that he was being toyed with, and fury surged in his heart. "You like calculating, right? Let's see how you calculate this move." His body sank and his fists turned into huge iron fists. He clenched them tightly and lifted them up into the air, then smashed them against the ground. Iron fist strike. The sound of something tearing through the air constantly came. One after another strength stripes flew out. This was a group injury cultivation technique. Bailey Tianhai also knew, but there were no blind spots to dodge in the entire arena, whether it was in the sky or on the ground. No matter where he hid, he would still be injured by the shockwave. In other words, he had no way of dodging this move. Zhongqi laughed coldly and said, "Hide? Calculate? Ha ha! Let's see where you can hide." Ha ha! Zhongqi laughed madly. An elder of Main Hall Peak had already stood up. He had to protect Bailey Tianhai well. "Indeed, this move of yours does not have any place to hide or hide. However, do you think that I, Bailey Tianhai, only know how to dodge and calculate? Then you're wrong. The 2 moves just now were only the beginning of your nightmare." Bailey Tianhai stood in place without moving when the 2 giant hammers heavily smashed down. The blue stones in the arena were all smashed to smithereens by the shockwave. A huge shockwave appeared in the air. The blue stone was reduced to dust, and the surroundings of the arena were constantly cracking. If it was an ordinary person, their mind would have been shattered by the shock. He couldn't hold on at all. Unless your cultivation is much higher than Zhongqi's. In the eyes of others, Bailey Tianhai had definitely lost. However, Bailey Tianhai laughed deeply, his body sinking down. Boundary, open! Boom! A air shield sprang out of his body and wrapped around him. The air shield was not big, just like an egg, and was just about to wrap around him. It looked like a thin layer of mist. He looked very weak. However, the hammer came down. The air shield slightly shook, and did not disperse, but the Bailey Tianhai inside the air shield was completely fine. Zhong Qi's pupils tightened as he said solemnly, "Impossible. You won't be able to block this attack." The elder from Main Hall Peak said in shock, "What was the power he released just now? Boundary? The power of space? This. Isn't his talent intellectual? Why would there be the power of space?" No one could understand. Only Bailey Tianhai himself knew that this was because of the drop of Spirit Blood's blood. Long Fei's Spirit Blood was like a treasury. His 8 brain power allowed Spirit Blood's energy to be exerted to the limit as he developed the power of space. Zhong Qi was even a little confused. Without waiting for him to react, Bailey Tianhai smiled and said, "Replication complete. Now I'll let you have a taste of my power." He leaped high into the air. The 2 fists landed heavily, directly smashing into the cracked ground. The moment the force hit the ground, it instantly exploded. Rumble! Rumble! Zhong Qi's pupils contracted fiercely as his body became unsteady and his mind shook non-stop. Ah! Ah! Hemorrhage of eardrum. His nose was bleeding, his mouth was spitting blood, and blood was gushing out of his eyes. All of a sudden, he was shaken until he bled profusely. And he was using his own technique. Bailey Tianhai smiled slightly and said, "Zhong Qi, what are you feeling so good about this?" Zhong Qi was injured like a mad dog. He immediately swallowed down a pill, and at that moment, his qi exploded out. Boom! The powerful force directly caused Bailey Tianhai to retreat continuously. Bailey Tianhai frowned. This power. Zhong Qi roared out, "Die, go and die." With a step in front of Bailey Tianhai, he punched his fist out heavily. Bailey Tianhai was unable to dodge in time and was directly struck. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. He was sent flying as well. He fell off the arena. Bailey Tianhai's face turned sinister. He wanted to crawl up. At this moment, Zhong Qi jumped down from the stage, looking down from above. He threw a punch at the center of Bailey Tianhai's brows. Long Fei frowned. "Forbidden medicine? You idiot!" Zhao Dehan roared out, "Ah!" Rocks in the depths of the earth directly rushed out from the ground, blocking Bailey Tianhai in an instant. Zhong Qi smashed the rock into pieces with his fist and smashed the rock with his powerful strength. "All of you will die." The furious explosion of the holy source not only caused Zhong Qi's cultivation level to soar, it also made his heart become abnormally cruel and berserk. The furious explosion of the holy source not only caused Zhong Qi's cultivation level to soar, it also made his heart become abnormally cruel and berserk. With just one move, he had blown Bailey Tianhai off the stage, and at this time, he had already won. But he did not stop there and continued to attack Bailey Tianhai. Long Fei's gaze tensed up. Zhao Dehan rushed forward as a protective shield formed from the thick rocks and protected Bailey Tianhai. However, Zhong Qi was furious. His speed did not decrease at all as he threw out a punch. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The rock shield slowly cracked. Boom! Another punch and all the rocks shattered. Zhong Qi stared at Bailey Tianhai, who was behind the rock shield, and said solemnly, "Die, die for me." His body sank. Both of his iron fists immediately turned scarlet red, ignited with fire elemental energy, and smashed towards the center of Bailey Tianhai's brows. Zhao Dehan said solemnly, "You killed my second brother? Have you asked me?" Yen Wang. Protect! Ah! Zhao Dehan roared out. The thick rocks on his body suddenly erupted and turned into a gigantic stone golem. Bang bang bang! He protected Bailey Tianhai behind him. Both of his eyes locked onto Zhong Qi as he punched out. Bam! It released a violent explosion as it collided with Zhong Qi's fist. Seeing Zhong Qi's fist strike down, Zhao Dehan also sent a fist out to meet it. Boom! Rumble! When the two fists made contact, a huge wave of energy exploded outward. Strength stripes that could be seen with the naked eye gushed out one after another. Zhao Dehan's body sank, and the rocks on his fist cracked a little. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. His internal organs were all in turmoil from the punch just now. His defense was unusually strong, but even so, he was still injured from the shockwave. Zhong Qi was also in great pain. His iron fists produced a series of bone-cracking sounds. His body also flew out and heavily fell on the ground. His eyes turned blood-red. Staring at Zhao Dehan, he stood up, took out the porcelain bottle and poured it into his mouth once again, then swallowed all the holy source explosive pellets in the bottle. Boom! Boom! Rumble! His pupils rapidly contracted before they were finally devoured. There were no pupils in his eyes, and his body was also unceasingly changing malevolently. His entire body had turned into steel. It was as black as iron. At the same time, he had completely lost all reason. He stared at Zhao Dehan and Bailey Tianhai, who were not far away, and said, "Die, I want you two to die." Elder of Inner House saw. An elder of the main hall's peak immediately shouted out, "A holy source exploding with pellet in anger? Isn't this a forbidden medicine? Isn't this pill banned from circulation in the sect? Why does an outer disciple have so many holy sources on him? Is he crazy? Swallowing so many furious blast pills will not even save your life. Let's not talk about that now." He swallowed a total of no less than 10 explosive vengeance pills. He has already turned into a monster. If we don't stop him now, something bad might happen. Stop it? Did you see the aura on his body? He is probably not weaker than any king swordsman powerhouse. No need to stop him. In a few minutes, he will self-destruct and perish. The holy source that Zhong Qi had swallowed had exploded too many times. He was completely in a berserk state. This kind of situation meant that whoever went up would be in trouble. Even the elder of Inner House did not want to take this risk. However, as long as time passed and the effects of the medicine wore off, Zhong Qi would not be able to save Delu even if he were to, and would undoubtedly die. Don't go over. Everyone, don't move recklessly. He'll stop after some time. Spread out a bit. A few elders landed on the ground and commanded the crowd to retreat out of the hall. However, the entire outer sect disciples were all gathered here. Tens of thousands of people were squeezed together, retreating at this time. Moreover, at this time of panic, it was extremely possible that stepping on the back would cause an accident. Once the stampede occurred, the consequences would be unimaginable. Die. All of you must die. Ah! Zhong Qi released a berserk voice. Step by step, they walked towards Zhao Dehan. Zhao Dehan rubbed the bridge of his nose. His gaze tightened as he said, "Let's see who will die first today." Zhao Dehan took a step forward. An elder quickly said, "Don't go up, it's too dangerous. Let's leave first. He will die if we wait for him. Don't risk it. It's too dangerous. Retreat, quick, retreat." Zhao Dehan was unwilling. The things that happened in South Heaven Gate were so badly abused by Zhong Qi that they couldn't even stand up. They crawled out of South Heaven Gate, and Bailey Tianhai was the one who crawled out while carrying them on his back. If he didn't take revenge, then what was the point in being a person? Zhao Dehan stood in place and did not retreat. He didn't know when. Long Fei stood behind Zhao Dehan and said indifferently, "You can do whatever you want. If anything happens, I'll help you carry it out." Zhao Dehan shouted excitedly, "Big brother!" Long Fei smiled faintly and said, "Zhong Qi has already entered berserk mode and has lost all reason. Every single move he makes is a great killing move, so you should be careful." Bailey Tianhai moved through the air and directly stood on top of Zhao Dehan's huge stone shoulder, smiled slightly, and said, "There's still me." His gaze locked onto Zhongqi. His mind was working furiously. His two eyes scanned the area like red light and he said, "A preliminary estimate is that his speed is a hard wound and his body has already been transformed into steel. He won't die unless he is killed in a single move." Zhao Dehan said excitedly, "Second brother, let's go." Bailey Tianhai was also incomparably excited as he said, "Go." Zhao Dehan's body sank. He pushed off with his rear legs and rushed out with his huge body, as if he was a stone man using a powerful technique. Shua! He rushed in front of Zhongqi, raised both of his fists into the air and smashed them hard onto Zhongqi's head. "Get on the ground!" Bam! Zhongqi's body sank as he knelt on the ground. His body trembled. "Ah!" Zhongqi roared out. He lifted his body and locked his arms around Zhao Dehan's neck. "Ah! Die! Die!" Seeing this, an elder frowned. "Danger!" He was about to rush up. However, he was stopped by Long Fei and said, "They can take care of it." The clan elder did not understand. "His neck is locked, this is a dead end. As long as Zhongqi uses all his might and breaks his neck, do you think he will still be able to live?" Long Fei said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Long Fei was ready anytime now. However, unless Zhao Dehan fell into a desperate situation, he would definitely not intervene. So what if he swallowed 10 Holy Source Berserk pills? Long Fei killed him in one move as usual. One must know that he was someone who had even killed the gods, so how could he not be able to kill Zhongqi? The clan elder looked at Long Fei and said, "Brat, I know you have some ability, but the two of them are rare talents, nothing can go wrong with them, move aside." Long Fei laughed. "Don't worry, just stand by the side and watch. My brother's life, even the king of hell could not care about it." Long Fei was confident enough. Moreover, this was a matter between the two of them, so they had to settle it themselves. If not, Zhongqi himself would explode. If Zhongqi blew himself up, it would definitely leave a shadow in their hearts. If he had a grudge, he would take it. If there were people, they would go and kill them. Sometimes, people live for this reason. Don't submit, just do it. Long Fei stopped the elder as he faintly released his aura. Zhongqi grabbed Zhao Dehan's neck with all his might, but he could not let go of. Even if he couldn't get rid of it. All of a sudden, his face paled and his breathing quickened. Bailey Tianhai kept attacking, but his talent was not his strength, so his attacks were not useful against Zhongqi, who was in this state. On the contrary, Zhongqi unceasingly laughed madly. "Ha ha! Ha ha! You two are destined to kneel in front of me your whole lives. Go to hell." He used his arms again. Crack! After locking onto Zhao Dehan's neck, his neck continued to emit sounds of bone cracking sound. Long Fei's gaze darkened, his fists clenching tightly. At this moment, Bailey Tianhai also shouted loudly, "Stupid, stupid." Zhao Dehan was still using all his strength. However, his neck was already breaking. He couldn't help but let out a painful cry, but he didn't ask for help. Long Fei was unable to stand up straight. The few elders were burning with anxiety. "Ha ha! Go to hell!" Zhongqi's power erupted once more. At the same time, Zhao Dehan also roared out, "Ah! Ka!" A loud explosion resounded. With Zhao Dehan's neck broken, Zhongqi grabbed onto Zhao Dehan's head and retreated a few steps, laughing crazily. "Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! That trash dares to be so arrogant in front of me?" The surroundings went into an uproar. They were all frightened senseless. His head was snapped off just like that? Bailey Tianhai was also scared to the point that his face was pale. His body was trembling uncontrollably. Stupid, stupid. Long Fei's pupils also tensed up, but he did not panic, nor was he shocked. This was because his eyes were always staring at the bloody groove on top of Zhao Dehan's head. Long Fei knew clearly what kind of attack he had to bear, and how much damage he had to deal. Just now, he had been beheaded. Indeed, a scarlet-red damaged figure appeared above Zhao Dahan's head, but he wasn't dead. To be exact, he still had 2/3 of his health. This level of health was extremely safe. In other words, Zhao Dahan did not die from that one blow to his head. Long Fei looked at the skull in Zhong Qi's hands. It was just a rock, without a single drop of blood. Long Fei could not help but exclaim excitedly, "Damn, has it evolved? He didn't bleed? Look, why is the head Zhong Qi was holding a rock? It's true. His head was cut off, but why is there not a single drop of blood? What's going on? What happened? Could it be that he can change?" At this time, Zhong Qi also reacted, seeing that the head he removed from was only a big rock. He became angry, and pounced towards Zhao Dahan once again. Boom! A new stone grew out from Zhao Dahan's neck, and in the blink of an eye, it had turned into a new head. Bailey Tianhai let out a heavy breath and said, "Big idiot, you scared me to death." Zhao Dahan laughed and said, "Second brother, did you see it clearly just now?" Bailey Tianhai grinned, "Clear. The back of the heart is in air defense." Zhao Dahan smiled excitedly and said, "Understood." Zhong Qi pounced over and punched out. Zhao Dahan laughed. Walala! His body completely shattered, his stone body completely split apart. Bailey Tianhai also took the chance and leaped, directly flying towards Zhong Qi's back. At this moment, the cracked stone instantly combined together and once again formed a super stone person. His right fist sank as he punched towards the center of Zhong Qi's back. Bam! Rumble! A punch pierced through. Zhong Qi's eyes fiercely bulged out as he let out a miserable scream. Ah! His body also started to tremble rapidly. His body quickly changed back to its original position as he screamed out in pain. Ah! Every part of his body was cracking, and blood was gushing out madly. His body had already been bursting from the effects of the infuriating pellet of holy source. A elder of inner house landed, looked at the dying Zhong Qi and asked, "Where did the holy source's fury core come from?" Zhong Qi's body curled up, his lips were split open, his mouth opened wide as though he wanted to say something, and words came out from his throat. "Yes, yes, yes, Lin Lin." Not waiting for him to finish. Bam! His body instantly exploded. There were only a few bones left. It was a miserable death. Elder of Inner House let out a heavy sigh. "Lin? What? What forest?" Then, Long Fei squinted. "Lin Yuan?" The elder next to him asked, "What did you just say?" Long Fei immediately recovered his composure and laughed. "Nothing." Zhong Qi's revenge was Bailey Tianhai's and Zhao Dahan's, and Lin Yuan was Long Fei's, so naturally, he would do his own thing. Lin Yuan. Luckily I washed my ass and waited. A farce. Zhong Qi's death allowed the assessment to continue. However, even now Phoenix had yet to return. Not only did Phoenix not return, even Yun Shi, who went to look for someone also did not return. The two of them seemed to have disappeared from the world, and Long Fei was not even able to sense the auras of the two of them. Something must have happened. Long Fei was getting more and more worried. Next match. Long Fei against Sword Immortal. "Disciples, please come on stage." Once he said that, many people's gazes turned towards Long Fei. Long Fei acted as if he did not hear it. Wu Huo became excited and said, "Boss, it's your turn." Long Fei frowned. Wu Tu also said, "Boss, it's your turn to go on stage." At this moment, the Sword Immortal was already standing on the stage. No way. Something must have happened. The more Long Fei thought about it, the more he felt that something was off. There was only one possibility for the Phoenix to leave, and that was that the group of black-clothed assassins had appeared. Thinking of this, immediately, Long Fei raised his gaze and anxiously ran out of the plaza. This caused everyone to be stunned and confused as to what had just happened. Did he run away because he was afraid of battle? Inner Court, Main Hall. Fong Wanping kneeled in the Great Hall and spoke non-stop. However, not many people listened to him. The Grand Elder was lost in thought as well. Dong Tiankue hurriedly walked into the hall and saw a malevolence on Fong Wanping's forehead. He asked heavily, "Fong Wanping, you still dare to come back? You dog!" Fong Wanping was also stunned when he saw Dong Tiankue. He did not expect that Dong Tiankue was actually still alive and could not help but ask in astonishment, "You're still alive? You're still alive? You're still alive?" Fong Wanping was very shocked. Under that kind of situation, it was hard for Dong Tiankue to escape death. He never thought that Dong Tiankue would actually come back to life. He finally understood why the ancient antiquity would send their inner sex elites to kill him. His words made Dong Tiankue burst out in rage. "Fong Wanping, you didn't think of it, right? Do you feel disappointed that I'm still alive? If it wasn't for my luck, I would really have died at your hands." Dong Tiankue took a step forward, looked at all the elder of Inner House S and Great Elders, and said, "Everyone, it was he who used such a sinister and despicable method to almost make me die outside. Moreover, up until now, not a single one of the yellow-armored warrior S have returned." Fong Wanping also took a step forward, and anxiously said while looking at the great clan elder, "Indeed, they are all dead. This is what I wanted to say, they." Without waiting for him to finish, Dong Tiankue took the lead and said, "Everyone heard, so many elites are dead. Fong Wanping, you beast that eats the enemy inside its own nest, you must not let him live. Men, capture him immediately." Taking advantage of the time when Fong Wanping wasn't talking too much, he killed him immediately. However, this is the main hall. The head elder was the acting sect master. Without his order, it would not be moving. Dong Tiankue suddenly realized this point and walked in front of the great clan elder and said, "Great clan elder, so many elites have died outside. We have not even seen his corpse, we cannot let him go so easily." The grand elder's forehead tightened as he clenched his fists tightly. The surrounding elders also began to criticize him. "His crimes are monstrous. Kill him. You still dare to come back? We can't let him live. Grand Elder, give the order." Fong Wanping looked at the situation. He knew that he had been tricked by Dong Tiankue. That's true. Dong Tiankue was, after all, a peak owner of the Horcrux's Gate Hill. He would definitely be able to turn black into white if he came back alive. Besides, this was not the time to argue. Now that the ancient antiquity was facing a great calamity, there was no point in wasting time to argue about it. Fong Wanping said, "Whatever I say now, you all will not believe, and I will not waste any time to argue for myself. Grand Elder, hurry to the outer court to have a look. A super powerhouse has come. Originally, that many yellow-armored warrior S only took less than a minute. He's in the outer sect right now, so he might have already started killing. If you want to kill me, I have no objections, but please consider it for the sake of the ancient antiquity. A great catastrophe is about to befall us." Dong Tiankue's heart tensed up. He was worried that the great clan elder would encounter Long Fei and everything would be exposed. Now that the great clan elder had set his eyes on Long Fei, if Long Fei were to tell the truth, then his fate would definitely be very miserable. Immediately, "How dare you?" Dong Tiankue said in a heavy voice. "Fong Wanping, you are making things difficult for us. Even though our ancient antiquity is not a top sect in the ancient world, it is impossible for any force in the mortal world to destroy our sect. A powerhouse coming to the outer sect and calling it a great disaster? Do you wish for the ancient antiquity to perish? We can't trust someone like the Grand Elder, we'll just kill him on the spot." Dong Tiankue said, if he had recovered his cultivation back to King Swordsman rank, he would have made his move long ago. If Fong Wanping did not die, he would not be at ease in his heart. Fong Wanping said, Dong Tiankue, I do not have the time to argue with you. You should be clear about what you have done. First Elder, I am willing to give my life here, but please go to the outer sect. If you are late, it will be too late. That powerhouse is really too powerful. I suspect. He is the powerhouse of the divine space. When everyone heard the words powerhouse of the divine space, all of them trembled slightly. Dong Tiankue laughed coldly. Fang Wanping, oh Fang Wanping, how come I didn't know that your mouth was so powerful to actually know how to make up a story? Ha ha! Did the divine space's powerhouse say it already? What is he doing here? Are you here on a tour? You sure are bragging. Why don't you say that the top divine gods of the divine space are here? Fang Wanping said. He came here to look for someone, and he has already found one. I do not know who it is, but I am worried that if there is a conflict, my ancient antiquity will be destroyed. He spoke very seriously. He had also seen the power of the man in black with his own eyes. He had never seen anything like it before, and it was so powerful that even looking up to it was impossible. You still dare to say that? Dong Tiankue shouted angrily again. The great clan elder stood up, and did not wait for Dong Tiankue to continue, and said solemnly, Elder Fang, is what you said the truth? Fang Wanping said, I am willing to vouch for my head. Dong Tiankue shouted again, Great clan elder, he is really. The great clan elder glared at Dong Tiankue, scaring him back. And then, the great elder said flatly, We are currently taking the examination outside. It just so happens that we can go down and take a look. He did not really trust Fang Wanping. However, seeing Dong Tiankue want Fang Wanping to die so much, he felt that there must be something he did not know. Moreover, it just so happened that he wanted to take a look at the situation of the examination as well. He had personally seen Long Fei's explosive strength. As for the divine space powerhouse that Fang Wanping was talking about, this was just too much bullshit. Unless something big happened, powerhouse of the divine space would not bother to come to the mortal world. How could they possibly come here? The head elder took a step forward and said lightly, Let's go down and take a look. All the elders in the hall followed the head elder and flew towards the outer sect. Fang Wanping followed beside the great clan elder. Dong Tiankue's eyes turned sinister, his eyes filled with killing intent, and he started to panic in his heart. If the great clan elder were to meet Long Fei. Thinking of this, Dong Tiankue changed his direction and rushed towards the outer sect area with an even faster speed. Princess Phoenix, you're the one who came with me? Or should I do it? You know, once I make a move. Heh, this mortal sect will probably be destroyed. Phoenix was standing there alone. Her eyes sparkled with a rainbow light. On the other side, blood was trickling down the corner of Yun Shi's mouth. He was severely injured by the man in black just now, and judging from his strength just now, this guy's cultivation was even more powerful than the third stage deity in the God of Heaven's secret world. Obviously, this fellow is definitely a powerhouse of the divine space. His cultivation is frighteningly high. Just as he said, if he were to fight, the entire ancient antiquity would be destroyed. The powerhouse of the divine space was an absolute god in the mortal world. The unshakable powerhouse. Phoenix locked the center of her brows tightly. Phoenix locked the center of her brows tightly. The man in black smiled. Follow me. Everyone here is very safe. If you don't come with me, everyone here will die. Just like the servant who was with you last time. Phoenix's pupils contracted secretly. Thinking of the scene of her grandfather's miserable death, her fists could not help but tighten. The man in black smiled and said, Are you very angry? Ha ha! Fury, release the power in your body, and let this mortal world see your true face. Phoenix let out a heavy breath and said, All right, I'll go with you. But you can't hurt anyone here. Phoenix actually agreed to it. It was not because of the tens of thousands of people in ancient antiquity, but because she was worried about Long Fei. Even 1,000,000 people could not match Long Fei's life. He was only worried for Long Fei. She didn't want anything to happen to Long Fei. After all, the opponent in front of him was the powerhouse of the divine space. Ha ha ha! Why didn't you do this earlier? We had to run away. Tell me, why are you rushing to the Dragon Vein Mountain? You still want to marry the Dragon Clan? Don't you know how the dragon race is now? You should have seen the destruction of the Dragon Vein Mountain with your own eyes. You are a high and mighty phoenix princess, you are the peerless phoenix, your spirit blood possesses. The man did not finish his sentence. Instead, he let out an excited smile. Phoenix King blood. 8 revolutions body. Her spirit blood possessed an indescribably powerful strength. Also, she had a secret treasure with her. From Dragon Vein Mountain to here, they had been chasing and killing. They had lost a lot of powerhouses on the way, but they were finally going to be successful. Yunshi looked at the phoenix and shook his head. Don't go with him. He is someone of the Dark Emperor. The man's eyes trembled slightly. He looked at Yunshi seriously and said, Oh, not bad, you actually saw that I am someone of the Dark Emperor? His gaze swept around and the corner of his mouth curled up coldly. To think that you guys are reincarnated people, people like you feel so full that you can't bear it. You didn't stay in the divine space well, yet you chose to reincarnate and cultivate again. You really have nothing better to do, since you're so free, I'll send you off. As soon as he finished, the man's finger lightly moved and a dark light flashed. Beneath the brilliance of that darkness, Yunshi's body could not help but tremble. It was simply too unbearable, as he was able to completely control an unknown state of mind. She was afraid. He was extremely afraid. He felt like he was going to die in the next second. If she died here, then she really wouldn't be able to reincarnate. Phoenix immediately said, If you kill her, I won't go with you. The man chuckled, looked at Yunshi and said, You're very lucky. Suddenly, the space between Phoenix's eyebrows tightened slightly as she felt a very familiar aura approaching. Immediately, Phoenix walked to the side of the man in black and said, Let's go. The black-clothed man laughed and said, I promise I won't hurt anyone here, but, except for one person. Wait a moment, he'll be here soon. I never thought that a sect in this mortal world would actually have a dragon hidden within them. What an unexpected harvest. As soon as he finished, Phoenix's eyes narrowed. He suddenly understood and said, I understand, you've always known that you've always been by his side. You're in such a hurry to leave with me, is that for the sake of protecting him? Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to actually find a dragon. But this dragon's cultivation is too low, it shouldn't be able to withstand the power in your body, and it won't be able to merge with you, right? This way, the energy in your body. Anger flared in Phoenix's eyes as she shouted, Shut up! His expression changed. Her adorable appearance from before was no longer there. It was as if she had turned into a cold iceberg. Even Yunshi, who was at the side, was startled. There were 2 of them. Phoenix's current expression was completely different from her current age. The corner of the man in black's eyes slightly narrowed. Phoenix replied coldly, Either I go with you now, nothing will happen here, or you will die here today. Phoenix spoke very seriously. There was no exaggeration in her tone. Moreover, she could do it. However, she would have to pay a heavy price, not because she was injured, but because this place could be razed to the ground. Most importantly, she was worried that Long Fei would be injured. She had never fully revealed her true appearance in front of Long Fei. She was a little worried that Long Fei would be scared. Long Fei was extremely important to her, and he made her feel a sense of attachment, making her unable to bear to leave. Back then in the Demon Valley, Demon Emperor knew of her identity, and at that time, it was already the time she had to leave, but she couldn't bear to part with Long Fei. Now, As long as the man in black didn't do anything, she was willing to leave with him. As long as she entered the world of the divine space, she would be able to unleash her strength without any fear. Not here. Although Emperor Xian said that any single dragon can exchange for many treasures, to me, right now, your blood is a little more important. He gave up on Long Fei. Because he was, after all, the Phoenix King. What level of strength had she stimulated in her body? He had no idea what kind of power he could unleash, nor did he dare to take the risk. The black-clothed man sneered in his heart. Phoenix coldly said, "Let's go." The man in black smiled and said, "You can leave, but you have to bring this with you." While they were talking, the man in black took out a bracelet. The bracelet was pitch black and glimmered with a dark light. Phoenix's eyes narrowed. Yunshi said straightforwardly, "Don't bring it with you. It's a spirit lock bracelet, and it's extremely likely that this grade is made by the Dark Emperor himself. All the holy source you bring along will be sealed, and you won't have any strength left." The man in black smiled. "You really know a lot. It looks like you've made a pretty good living before you reincarnated." Yunshi said straightforwardly, "I can't torture you to death before I reincarnate." The black-clothed man laughed, "Ha ha. Torturing me? And now?" Yunshi's gaze darkened. The man in black looked at Phoenix and said, "Take him with you. We will leave now. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I'll do anything else." Phoenix naturally knew what the bracelet was. After a few seconds of consideration, she said, "All right, I'll wear it." Yunshi's pupils tightened. "Don't bring it." The black-clothed man stared straight at Yunshi, causing Yunshi's body to sink and spit out another mouthful of blood. Phoenix took the bracelet and put it on. The holy source on his body was instantly locked. His body instantly grew heavier, and he felt as though his body was incomparably weak, unable to muster up any strength at all. The man laughed sinisterly. "Ha ha ha." Phoenix's brows tightened as she asked, "Can we leave now?" The man laughed coldly and said, "Leave? Ha ha ha. That dragon is almost here. I finally encountered a dragon. How could I leave if I didn't kill it?" Xian's offered a huge bounty on the dragon's head, and the bounty was especially high. Xian's offered a huge bounty on the dragon's head, and the bounty was especially high. Any powerhouse of the divine space would never let any of them off if they met any dragon clan disciples in the mortal world. "You and I will take it, and I will also take that dragon." Ha ha ha. The man in black laughed out loud. As he looked at Phoenix's injured dark bright bracelet, his smile became even more proud of itself. Phoenix coldly stared at him and said, "Are you toying with me?" The black-clothed man said, "That's right, so what if I'm playing with you? Do you think you can threaten me now? At first you might have had a chance, but now you have no chance at all." This brilliant black bracelet was crafted by the Dark Emperor himself. It could seal all the power in one's body, and as long as one wore this bracelet, they wouldn't be able to unleash the slightest bit of power. The holy source in the Phoenix's body was also sealed in an instant, and could not move at all. Both of Phoenix's hands moved slightly. The energy deep within the pubes surged, wanting to burst out and destroy the bracelet, but the moment the energy came out, it was immediately absorbed. It couldn't explode at all. The man in black smiled. "Stop struggling fearlessly. You can't break free from this bracelet. Be good and listen. Once I kill that dragon, I'll bring you out of here immediately. If you dare to hurt a single strand of his hair, I won't let you off. I will make you regret coming to this world. I swear on my life." Sinister, sinister, vicious. She didn't look like a 13-year-old girl at all. The black-clothed man trembled slightly, and said with a disdainful laugh, "I swear it with your life? Ha ha ha. Your life is in my hands. Do you think you still have a chance to live? Stop dreaming." Phoenix's eyes flashed angrily. Buzz. The rainbow-colored light burst out, but in an instant, the power in her body was retracted, disappearing without a trace. He couldn't use it. The powerful force would be instantly absorbed by the bracelet of black light. The man in black sneered and said, "Little girl, just wait obediently at the side." While they were talking, he looked at an intersection. A man rushed over at high speed. Long Fei. The moment Yunshi saw Long Fei, she immediately called out to him, "Don't go over there." When Long Fei saw the heavily injured Yunshi and then saw the phoenix beside the black-clothed man, he could immediately tell that something was wrong with the phoenix at first glance. Phoenix shouted loudly, "Run, run, run, quickly leave this place, quickly!" Powerhouse of the divine space. How many people in the mortal world could possibly block his attacks? Even if Long Fei was very strong, his cultivation was restricted. Long Fei recognized the man in black and his eyes narrowed. He knew that he had to deal with the divine space's superpowerhouse, but he did not run away. The man in black smiled lightly and said, "As expected. There's a dragon's breath on your body." Long Fei called out again, "Release her now." The black-clothed man glanced at Long Fei and said, "Dragon Clan Ant, do you think you can live just by hiding in this mortal world?" As soon as he finished, buzz! The man in black suddenly disappeared. Phoenix immediately shouted, "Be careful!" And at this moment, Long Fei's state of mind surged, three-rate ancient dragon body, open. As he slightly released his power, the black-clothed man appeared in front of him. Without waiting for him to release all the power of the ancient dragon body, he sent a palm smashing down. Bam! Rumble! A ray of energy exploded on Long Fei's chest like a bolt of lightning, causing a super wave of air to shoot out, and the entire ancient antiquity began to shake intensely. In the sky, explosions could be heard from underground. Deep in the ancient mountains, Demon Emperor's pupils contracted. Crap, this power. The power of the divine space powerhouse. The princess is in trouble, huh? Call for help. Gather. The white shadow of the Demon Emperor moved. Ignoring the peace agreement with the fire-arrogant god, she flew straight to the ancient antiquity. And then there was Long Fei. The power of the ancient dragon body did not activate as the palm struck the chest. His entire body was instantly sent flying. 10 zhang away. Bam! He landed heavily on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. His chest felt like it was about to split open as his internal organs crazily rolled around in his body, twisting into a ball. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Even his mind and consciousness were severely injured. The moment Long Fei got up from the ground, he almost couldn't stand steadily and was dizzy. The strength of the man in black exceeded his expectations. Similarly, when the black-clothed man saw that Long Fei was still able to stand up, he was slightly shocked. "Oh, you're not dead?" "Sure." He thought that Long Fei's palm strike would undoubtedly kill him. After all, this was only a martial artist from the mortal world. Even if it was the reincarnation of a dragon, his cultivation was still there. Level determined everything. The phoenix's eyes kept changing, and its body kept emitting rainbow-colored light, as if it was flashing with phoenix feathers. However, her power was continuously being released and absorbed by the bracelet of black light. He couldn't break through this shackle. The man in black grinned and said, "One strike is fine, then this move." Hee hee. The eyes of the man in black narrowed as his killing intent intensified. Long Fei clenched his fists tightly and roared out in his heart, "Level 4 ancient dragon body, open!" Boom! The dragon's roar shook slightly. The man in black sneered, "Die!" It was also at this time. Bailey Tianhai Zhao Dehan rushed out. Behind them was Brothers of 5 Elements. He saw the black-clothed man attacking Long Fei. He also saw the blood hanging from the corner of Long Fei's mouth. Zhao Dehan glared at him. "Did your grandmother just injure my boss? I'll kill you." 10,000 rock shield. Roar! Zhao Dehan's body immediately turned into a huge stone person, supporting himself with his legs. His body struck forward like a bolt of lightning. Long Fei shouted out, "Don't come up!" However, too late. Rumble! The black-clothed man smashed onto Zhao Dehan's body with one blow. Walala! 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 The deep-sea profound stones on Zhao Dehan's body shattered piece by piece, and his body continuously shrank, as if his body was inside a rock. After the rocks shattered, his entire body was covered with blood, as if he had crawled up from a pool of blood. His eyes were fixed on the man in black who was not far away. He stood there without moving. A cool breeze blew past. Zhao Dehan fell flat on the ground behind him. Bam! You idiot! Third brother! Zhao Dehan fell to the ground, dying. Bailey Tianhai quickly rushed forward. Long Fei gritted his teeth until it made a cracking sound. The Black Shadow Man sneered, "Trash? Too strong." With just one move, he had heavily injured Zhao Dehan. There was only a small amount of blood left on top of Zhao Dehan's head. Long Fei said solemnly, "Bring him to the side for treatment. Don't let anyone get involved in this matter." No one would be able to stop someone if they were too powerful. No one would be able to stop someone if they were too powerful. Zhao Dehan had been extremely impulsive just now, to the point where he was just a hair's breadth away from completion. If it was Bailey Tianhai, he would not have been able to find the corpse just now. This guy was too strong. Long Fei reminded as he took a few steps forward and stared at the man in black. Looking at Zhao Dehan who was being carried down, the black-clothed man trembled slightly. He's not dead yet? This is really strange, not a single person died after 2 moves, since when did the people of this mortal world become so strong? He said it in an understatement. However, the coldness in his eyes grew stronger. Sensing that the dragon aura on Long Fei's body was much stronger than before, his gaze locked onto Long Fei once more and he asked, "Dragon power?" Long Fei said, "That's right, you are in a hurry to leave." "Ha ha ha!" The black-clothed man laughed and said, "You think the dragon's power is strong? Don't you know that your dragon clan has been basically exterminated?" Long Fei's gaze darkened. The black-clothed man laughed. "Your dragon clan's ancestral mountain dragon Vane Mountain has been annihilated. The Divine Space's dragon clan only has one Xianz's lackey, Long Wushan, left. You are still trying to act cool here? Don't you find it funny? The destruction of the dragon Vane Mountain and the extermination of the dragon race was something that everyone in the Divine Space knew. Long Fei also knew. But these things came out of the man in black's mouth, and in that mocking tone, he was very unhappy. Long Fei said solemnly, "If I'm still alive, the dragon race is not dead." "Ha ha ha! You didn't die when you were here? Brat, you really know how to boast. However, you are about to die and the dragon race is about to perish." The black-clothed man's figure moved. Both of his hands formed a blur, transforming into a strange technique. In an instant, his body was wrapped up by a black-colored holy source. His entire body seemed to be releasing its oppressing power. The space around his body was constantly warping and deforming. It was simply unable to withstand it. Yunxi immediately said, "You have to be careful of the power of the darkness holy source. This power is extremely sinister." The black-clothed man laughed. "You really have some experience, but it's useless just to have knowledge because the dead know it's useless." Boom! The aura on his body shook. His strength instantly exploded outwards. Rumble! 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 Countless claps of thunder directly covered the entire sky. A black mass. He was completely engulfed in darkness. At this time, the great clan elder brought Elder of Inner House, all of them rushing over, landing behind Long Fei. The great elder looked at the black-clothed man, and his eyes sunk. He knew that Fong Wanping was right. This black-clothed powerhouse in front of him was really a powerhouse of the divine space. The power he released directly crushed his mind, causing him to unceasingly tremble. Many of the elders shivered as well, their faces turning pale. They had cultivated for a few thousand years and had met countless strong people. They had even seen peak king swordsmen, emperor swordsman rank and powerhouse. However, they had never seen a divine space powerhouse before, nor had they ever seen such a powerful divine space powerhouse either. Many people's minds began to tremble, and their bodies couldn't control their bodies, as they kneeled on the ground with their knees bent. It was unbearable. The head elder gathered all his strength and took a step forward. "Sir, I am the acting sect master of this sect. How can I help you?" What kind of existence was the divine space? Any one of the divine space's powerhouses could easily exterminate the ancient antiquity, and it was not difficult at all. The powerhouse in front of him was even more powerful. He could probably kill tens of thousands of people in ancient antiquity in one move. It was just like the difference between a mortal and a god. The man in black sneered, "I want his head. If you want to help me, then chop off his head." The great clan elder looked at Long Fei and his heart secretly tensed up, and said, "Master, he is a disciple of our sect. I would like to ask if he has offended you in any way. I want him to apologize to you." He did not want to give up on Long Fei. Moreover, someone who even wanted to kill a powerhouse from the divine space, would that person be simple? However, the other elders' eyes turned sinister as they whispered, "Great Elder, he wants this disciple's head." "Yeah. He's a powerhouse of the divine space, we can't afford to offend him. We'll do whatever he says." "That's right, we can't afford to offend him. Isn't it just an outer disciple? Even if he has good talent, how could he possibly be worth the life of our entire sect?" At any time, his life was the most important thing. They all knew clearly in their hearts that they could not afford to offend the powerhouse of the divine space. Not to mention sacrificing an outer court disciple. Even if all the outer court disciples were to sacrifice their lives, they would not even bat an eye. The lives of others will never be as important as their own. However, the great elder did not listen to him. The black-clothed man laughed. "I just don't like him." "Why? Aren't you going to do it? If you don't, your sect might disappear from this world." He smiled coldly. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move either. The Grand Elder's forehead tightened. All of a sudden, more and more elders began to talk. "What are you waiting for? Kid, bear the consequences of your actions. Great Clan Elder, we cannot afford to offend the powerhouse of the divine space. Could it be that you want to see our ancient antiquities, 1,000 years of foundation destroyed? Grand Elder, don't hesitate." All of a sudden, all the pressure was placed on the Great Elder. The Great Clan Elder looked at Long Fei. After thinking for a few seconds, the Great Elder straightened his body and said, "Master, he is a disciple of my sect. If he did not do anything wrong, you actually want his life." Long Fei glanced at the Great Clan Elder. The Great Clan Elder continued, "Although my ancient antiquity is not a top clan, every single one of our disciples are under the protection of our sect, so we will definitely not give up on any of our disciples." The elders behind him were all dumbfounded. His heart sank. This time, he was going to die. This was the end. Several elders immediately retreated, wanting to escape this place. The powerhouse of the divine space, who could stop them? They were all going to die soon. The black-clothed man laughed coldly and said, "Well said, you won't give up on any disciple. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being too cruel. All of you can go die now." As soon as he finished, the power of the dark holy source he released pressed down fiercely. Rumble! Rumble! The air above the entire ancient antiquity was warping and distorting, and streams of immense power were crushing down, as if streaks of destructive lightning were striking down. The Great Elder's eyebrows tightened, and his clothes began to flutter. The Sword Emperor's strength exploded outwards, rushing into the sky. He was the acting sect master, and he had to shoulder this responsibility. At the same time, Long Fei also soared into the sky and roared in his heart, Level 6 Ancient Dragon Body activate. Level 6 Ancient Dragon Body open. Level 6 Ancient Dragon Body open. Long Fei released it forcefully. He did not activate the 4th or the 5th level, but went directly to the 6th level. Level 5 was his limit. Level 6. He had already exceeded the limits of what he could bear. Long Quang immediately said, Master, rank 6 is too dangerous. Your body is still unable to withstand the power of the dragon's body, hurry up and… Before he could finish, Long Fei's figure had already disappeared, charging into the sky. No one could see his figure, nor could anyone see his speed. Of course, not many people noticed him either. Many people's eyes were on the great clan elder. The great clan elder rushed into the clouds, wanting to withstand the oppressive darkness, so no one noticed Long Fei suddenly disappear. He only saw Xuana Bai's ray of light shooting up to the sky. Yun Shi's pupils tightened. Phoenix's eyes were also slightly startled. Both of their gazes were fixated on Long Fei. They were stunned by the beam of light that Xuana Bai had shot just now. Rumble! 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 The sky moaned and the earth shook. The entire several hundred million km radius of the ancient Lai Mountain was covered by this rumbling and crushed by this darkness. The great elder's eyes darkened. He could feel an endless amount of power crushing down. His consciousness was in an unbearable state. Looking up, the man in black stood at the top of the darkness, looking down at him. At this moment, he was like a 3-year-old child standing at the feet of a giant. That kind of crushing pressure was exceptionally unbearable, causing him to be unable to stand up straight. Am I right? Perhaps. Am I wrong? Right now, his mind was slightly shaken, because behind him was the lives of tens of thousands of people in the entire ancient antiquity. To sacrifice tens of thousands of lives for a single disciple, was it really worth it? And his own life? His Sword Emperor's power was like dregs in front of the divine space powerhouse, unable to move at all. Was this the difference? If this was the difference, then the difference was too great. The great elder was thinking, if he was given the choice to choose again, would he still make this choice? He didn't know. However, he regretted it now. The holy source on his body was frantically leaking. Under the pressure of the darkness, it was as if his entire body was about to split open. Ah! The great elder roared. Even if he regretted now, it would be useless, because without the medicine for regret, since he had already taken this step, he would have to do his best. Unleashing his full strength, his body could withstand all the crushing darkness. The black-clothed man stood at the peak, smiling coldly. You dare to be so impudent in front of me with such a cultivation? Humph! You're overestimating yourself. Do you know what sort of existence I am? Powerhouse of the divine space, in your mortal world, I am a god, your god. Do you understand? Ha ha ha! Mortal, tremble! Ah! The black-clad powerhouse's eyes turned sinister as he let out a furious roar. A powerful force heavily struck the great elder's body as if the sky was falling down. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his countenance turned pale white. His body also fell down in a straight line. His life was rapidly falling. He couldn't block it with just this one move. It felt as if his heart meridian had been cut off. The great elder wanted to resist a few more times, but he couldn't. His body was already about to split apart. He couldn't hold on any longer, and his body continued to fall. He fell down from the sky. He muttered in his heart, I'm sorry, big brother, I'm sorry, tens of thousands of ancient antiquity's disciples, I'm sorry. If he fell, the darkness would oppress and the entire ancient antiquity would be crushed into powder. Not a single disciple was able to escape this attack, and all of them would die. It was because of him, because of his choice. The head elder closed his eyes and slowly floated down. The black-clothed man laughed wildly. Ha ha ha! Even you mortals dare to be impudent before God, is that even worthy of you? The sound spread for 10,000 miles, and the hearts of every disciple of the ancient antiquity were shaken. Although they could not see what had happened in the dark sky, they could tell from the man's words that the Grand Elder had lost. It's over. It's over, it's all over. The Great Elder has definitely fallen. What should we do? What should we do? Are we going to die? We're going to die. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. It's all that kid's fault. If it wasn't for him, how could we have ended up like this? Even as ghosts, I wouldn't have let him off so easily. We are all great clan masters. What right does he have to decide the fate of our ancient antiquity? What makes our fates? Lord, we were wrong. We'll give you the boy's head right now. Huh! Where's that kid from? Did he run away? It was only then that many people noticed that Long Fei had disappeared. This made more people hate him. However, it didn't matter anymore. The darkness was getting lower and lower, and they already felt the arrival of death. It was useless for them to escape because everything they saw was darkness. No matter how fast they were, they could not escape. He could only wait for death at this time. There was nothing to be done. What can a man do before God? Nothing was going to work. Just like the current Grand Elder, his body floated down as he awaited his death. However, in that instant, he discovered that his body was no longer falling. He was supported by a powerful force. He was slightly stunned as he opened his eyes. His pupils constricted and he was so scared that he forgot to even breathe. Because, in front of him was a huge sinister dragon head, a lifelike dragon head. Furthermore, it was not an ordinary dragon, but the type of dragon head that belonged to Holy Dragon Emperor. Overbearing to the point of being a complete mess. Looking at him, the Great Elder felt as if his soul was about to shatter. This was even more powerful than the darkness. Long Fei said indifferently, "Don't be in such a hurry to accept your fate. It's not over yet." Level 6 Ancient Dragon Body. Dragon-formed Divine Emperor. Just the appearance alone was indescribably terrifying. The Great Elder was scared silly. Strength was on a completely different level. However, Long Fei was currently burning his own life force to carry it. His life force was not disappearing by one day, but rather, it was losing over 100 years. Even so, Long Fei was unable to endure for long. 10 seconds at most. He had to finish off the man in black within 10 seconds, or else he would die. This time, even if Phoenix were to save all of the Phoenix King blood, it would be impossible to save them. 10 seconds. He had to be killed instantly. Long Fei raised both his eyes, and the dragon aura around his body trembled violently, directly blowing away a large portion of the darkness in the sky as his dragon eyes locked onto the black-clothed man atop the peak of the Yunchase mountain. The black-clothed man laughed coldly and said, "You've finally revealed your true form? Remnant of the dragon clan? Huh!" The black cloud scattered, and the black-clothed man's eyes were suddenly filled with shock. "Your dragon body. Holy Dragon Emperor?" The black-clothed man's gaze tightened. Looking at the dragon-like shadow on Long Fei's body, he swallowed his saliva and said, "No, no, this is impossible, absolutely impossible. The dragon race has never appeared in all these years." The black-clothed man's gaze tightened. Looking at the dragon-like shadow on Long Fei's body, he swallowed his saliva and said, "No, no, this is impossible, absolutely impossible. The dragon race has never appeared in all these years. Holy Dragon Emperor. Even the Dragon Clan's clan chief, Long Wushan, is not Holy Dragon Emperor. How could you, a reincarnated member of the Dragon Clan, be Holy Dragon Emperor? It's impossible." The more he said, the more his voice trembled. As he watched Long Fei's enormous dragon body charge towards him, the dragon's body radiated with the imposing aura of a born king, the kind of ruler that had once been an absolute existence in this world. That kind of crushing defeat was not something that anyone could withstand. Even the powerhouse of the divine space could not bear it. No, no, no. No. This is an illusion. Absolutely not. The man seemed to be in a state of insanity. His lips quivered as if he was fighting, and he didn't dare look straight into Long Tong's eyes. He was incomparably afraid. At this moment, Long Fei had already broken out of the darkness and stood above the black-clothed man, staring down at him. The black-clothed man felt as if he was a 3-year-old child standing at the feet of a giant, just like the Grand Elder just now. It was extremely uncomfortable. So what if you're a god? I don't feel good. Even if it is the heavens, I will still destroy it. Long Fei's voice was filled with boundless pressure, and as she spoke, even the 9 heavens were shaking, as she continuously released her enormous power. Even the divine space felt this dragon's might. How strong was Holy Dragon Emperor? It was hard to imagine. In all these years, the dragon race had never cultivated to have a Holy Dragon Emperor's physique. This was also the reason why the dragon race was declining so quickly. Now that he appeared, the black-clothed man's mind was about to explode. His body continued to tremble uncontrollably. He couldn't even speak. He was truly regretting his decision now. If he had a choice, he would not even come to the ancient antiquity, let alone try to kill Long Fei. Plop! The black-clothed man's dragon aura was so great that he was unable to withstand it. He directly knelt on the ground and said, "My lord, can you spare my life? I swear, I won't dare to do it again. Please!" His head hit the ground heavily. In front of the level 6 ancient dragon body, he had no way of resisting. It was too hard. The difference in strength was as though he was a mortal, while Long Fei was a high and mighty god, able to kill him in a blink of an eye. Long Fei said with a heavy voice, "I'm sparing you?" The man in black said, "Yes, yes, yes. Please spare my life. I beg of you, can I?" Hee. No way. Long Fei sneered, and then, his body fiercely pressed downwards, as the enormous illusory image directly crushed towards the black-clothed man. The man in black's pupils shrank as a vicious expression appeared between his eyebrows. A strand of his primordial spirit came out from his body, wanting to leave him with a way out. A powerful primordial spirit would give him a chance to make a comeback. However, Long Fei roared, "Dragon's might!" The black-robed man's primordial spirit instantly shattered, cutting the grass without leaving a root. With his primordial spirit shattered, the black-clothed man was also enraged. "Is there really no way out? I am the disciple of the Dark Emperor, there is no benefit in killing me. My master will not let you off." Long Fei laughed. "No. Don't worry, I'll send your master over to you sooner or later." An enormous draconic aura rolled out. He directly caught the black-clothed disciple. At this moment, the black-clothed man seemed to be in a giant eye of the wind. He couldn't move. The black-clothed man looked around and roared, "Ah! I'll kill you!" Boundless darkness. Kill them all. Boom! When the power of darkness appeared, the entire sky turned into a sea of darkness. Long Fei was not willing to let him go, so he could only go all out, ignoring everything else. However, in the instant that he released his powerful energy, Long Fei opened his bloody mouth. Crack! He swallowed it in one gulp. He chewed. Crack! The black-clothed man's body was directly swallowed down. The gash on his head also dropped to the floor with a swoosh. The gash caused by the billions of blood points instantly turned to 0. It was an instant kill. This damage. Long Fei was completely shocked. Damn, what a fierce stroke of fortune. At the same time, Long Fei's body also fiercely sank as fury exploded in his eyes. Intense pain spread to every single acupoint, every single bone, every single vein in his body. His power as a dragon form of the 6th rank was instantly retracted as well. He went straight back to his original form. All the holy source in his body was completely used up, and he directly dropped from the sky. Holy sh*t. This is the end. Long Fei wanted to use more strength, but he didn't have the slightest bit of strength. Right now, he was even weaker than a newborn baby and didn't have the slightest bit of strength. It's over, I'm going to fall to my death. Such a tragic death. Long Fei felt bitter in his heart. Right now, he couldn't use the slightest bit of strength. Not only that, his entire body was in so much pain that he couldn't even take care of himself. He was on the verge of fainting. The limit of a rank 6 dragon's body was 10 seconds. Coincidentally, he could complete it within these 10 seconds. If he were to exceed this time, he did not know the consequences. However, if he were to try again, he definitely wouldn't forcefully release the body of a rank 6 dragon. It was too dangerous. He was really betting his life on it. My darling! Tears glimmered in Phoenix's eyes as she raised her head to look at the sky. At this moment, the darkness in the sky slowly dissipated, and the enormous oppressive feeling in the minds of everyone disappeared. All the disciples of the ancient antiquity instantly burst into cheers. They didn't know what had happened, but they knew that the divine space powerhouse's power was disappearing. The Grand Elder was utterly shocked. He was the only one who knew what had happened. That power, that pressure, that kind of domineering aura. The shock was indescribable. He had seen the divine space powerhouse, the aura of a god, but compared to the aura Long Fei had released earlier, the things he had seen before were simply trash. It really was a fortress. When he saw Long Fei falling from the sky, the space between his eyebrows wrinkled, and he rushed forward with all his might, charging straight towards Long Fei. Now, even if he died, he couldn't let Long Fei die. As long as Long Fei was here, let alone a top-notch sect, even the S of the divine space would not be able to move against him. The great clan elder supported Long Fei. Long Fei's heart relaxed, his pale face revealed a smile, and said, "Thank you, elder." The great elder's eyes were filled with respect as he said, "If you want to thank me, then thank me." He was now very glad for his decision. The disciple in front of him was too powerful. Long Fei said, "Great clan elder, what happened just now, can you not speak of it?" The great elder did not hesitate. "Don't worry. No one will know. If this matter were to be spread, it would not be a good thing for the ancient antiquity." Long Fei was now a super trump card, and he had 100% confidence in the clan congress this time. He was also 100% confident that he would be able to make it through the next High God disciple selection. Victory was assured. Long Fei relaxed, he did not need to worry so much. It was also at this time. The system beep began to ring. Ding! Long Fei's eyes flashed with a bright light as he said, "Ha ha. It's going to explode." This was a super boss. This was a super boss. Long Fei's body was currently in great pain, but he forced it back. Explode, explode, you have to explode crazily. He was excited. He held his breath as he quietly waited. Ding! The system sounded out. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Dark Apostle. Do you wish to absorb its cultivation? No. Why don't we do it? Long Fei still refused. This was a boss with a cultivation level higher than even the 3rd stage of the God of Heaven. Killing and leveling up would be able to obtain all of his cultivation. This was a rise of several tens or even hundreds of levels in one go. How tempting was that? Endure it. He tried his best to hold back. Seeing the cultivation level of Dark Apostle, Long Fei heavily swallowed his saliva for a bit, confirmed, and said, "No." He gave up. He felt relieved, as if he had given up the entire world. However, Long Fei was very firm. He would not regret over his decision. Higher levels were naturally good, but he would use his own effort to advance step by step. Right now, when he became a god, he was indeed powerful in the mortal world, but what about in the divine space? And in front of Emperor Xian? He may not be finished by then, all prepared. With each step he took, he would feel more at ease. He would know what he knew better. Huff! Long Fei heaved a heavy sigh. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining 5th rank Holy Godhead. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Darkness Heavenly Feather. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Dark Sky. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Darkness Holy Grade Holy Source Stone number 10. A series of beeps rang out. Long Fei looked at the chain of items that exploded, and it was as if the pain had lessened. 5th ranked Holy Godhead. What the hell, the cultivation of this dark apostle is so awesome, huh? A 5th grade Empyrean God. Looking at the 5th stage Holy Godhead, Long Fei became excited. Item: Darkness Heavenly Feather. Attribute: Darkness Element Grade. Sky God 6th Pin Description: Accelerated by twofold in the dark, divine space, increasing the speed of the mortal world by 100 times. Looking at the attribute of this black cloak, Long Fei was a little dumbstruck. Holy sh*t. This isn't defying the heavens, this is F*King annihilating the heavens. 100 times speed, is this still flying? They're going to be like a huge tiger. If I was 100 times faster in the dark, with my current speed at night, even the Sword Emperor wouldn't be able to catch up to me, right? Long Fei smirked. This is equivalent to having another life-saving holy artifact. Skill Path: Dark Sky Attribute: Darkness Element Grade. 7th rank God of Heaven Description: Releasing dark sky with a strong dark pressure, has an unlimited duration, 10,000 holy source points per second. Damn! 10,000 holy source points per second. I only have a few 100,000 holy source points right now. However, these tens of seconds are equivalent to giving Dark Sky Feather a dark environment. This way, I can unleash 100 times the speed in a few seconds even if it's during the day. The idea moved in Long Fei's mind. Cultivate. There was an extra skill in the skill bar. Item: Dark Sacred Artifact Holy Source Stone, S10 Attribute. Darkness Grade. Heavenly God Stage Description: The Darkness Holy Source. The user can unleash the darkness potential. Each pellet has 1,000,000 holy source points. Ha ha ha! 1,000,000 holy source points. In other words, with this holy source stone, I will be able to gain 10 more seconds. Now, I don't have to worry about my own holy source points anymore. Long Fei was secretly excited. This set of moves is too awesome. Ha ha! Long Fei was extremely excited. At the same time, the darkness dissipated. The sky returned to its original blue, and the great clan elder supported the pale-faced and incomparably weak Long Fei as he slowly landed on the ground. The great clan elder carefully supported Long Fei. At this moment, Elder of Inner House S and Great Peak Owner S all rushed forward. Phoenix, who was in the distance, let out a breath as she looked at Long Fei with tears in her eyes. Then, looking at the brilliant black bracelet in her hands, she secretly clenched her fists tightly, and swore to herself that she would never let Long Fei be threatened again. Boss. Big brother! Big brother! Bailey Tianhai and brothers of 5 elements also anxiously ran over. At the same time, Dong Tiankue, who had been hiding in the darkness the entire time, also ran up. He wanted to confirm if Long Fei was still alive. On the other side, Fong Wanpeng also squeezed in. He was also very concerned about Long Fei's situation. Great Elder is mighty. Grand Elder is so formidable. That's a heavenly god powerhouse. The Great Elder is too powerful. With Great Clan Elder here, ancient antiquity will be fine, it's too powerful. On the other hand, This kid only knows how to cause trouble. Yeah. He probably fled in the wrong direction. Since you provoked the god's powerhouse, you will not let this brat off so easily. You must receive a heavy punishment. You're right. The surrounding elders began to talk at once. Praising the great clan elder meant punishing Long Fei, but the ones who had good eyes were different. They were all silent and did not say anything, because Long Fei was supported by the great clan elder with a face full of concern. This was no small matter. Dong Tiankue didn't care that much. He didn't know if Long Fei was currently dead or alive, but as Long Fei was alive, that would be the greatest threat to him. Dong Tiankue said heavily, "If it wasn't for Great Elder who was at ancient antiquity, this matter would have been hard to deal with. There must be heavy punishment. One must know that the tens of thousands of lives in ancient antiquity were lost just because of him. Elders, all peak owners, this child must die." Dong Tiankue squinted. Many elders agreed with Dong Tiankue. Mountain Peak Lord Dong is right. He's guilty of heinous crimes. Almost killed us all because of him. Kill him. However, none of the peak owners expressed their opinion, because they noticed that when Dong Tiankue spoke, the great clan elder's eyes were filled with anger. Fang Wanping said anxiously, "Long Fei has limitless potential. Even if he is wrong, he will not die from the crime. Elders, he is a rare genius. Ancient antiquity needs this kind of talent." Once he said that, Dong Tiankue's face became even more sinister, and said in a deep voice, "Fang Wanping, I have yet to settle the matter of you plotting against me, and you still dare to jump out? If it wasn't for you, how could the golden armor elite warrior die? Those are all the King's swordsmen elders, the elites that the ancient antiquity has painstakingly nurtured. They all died because of you. All of these are not counted. The most despicable thing is that you actually lured such a god's powerhouse into the sect. What are you trying to do? Do you want to destroy the ancient antiquity? Such a sinister and despicable person like you, I can't let you leave here alive today." Dong Tiankue said heavily, "Men, capture him!" With a loud shout, a few elders of King Swordsman rank immediately rushed out. With a loud shout, a few elders of King Swordsman rank immediately rushed out. They were all powerhouses of the Horcrux's Gate Hill. He quickly stood behind Fang Wanping. Whether it was Fang Wanping or Long Fei, one of them must die. Otherwise, he would be in danger. Dong Tiankue was very clear on this point. With Long Fei by the great clan elder's side, he could not do anything, but the few elders beside Fang Wanping were enough. As long as he killed Fang Wanping, this matter would no longer be true. Once he obtains Wu Hua's 5 elements fire yuan, his cultivation will be able to advance by leaps and bounds, and he will be able to step into the Emperor Swordsman rank. Perhaps one day, he might even become the sect master of an ancient antiquity. How wonderful it was! Fang Wanping's expression tightened. He was surrounded by powerhouse of the King Swordsman realm, and he could not escape at all. Furthermore, if he fled, then he would be proven guilty of his crimes. Fang Wanping did not escape. The 2 King Swordsman elders immediately blocked him, and at the same time, unleashed a strong King Swordsman rank pressure, completely suppressing Fang Wanping, making him unable to speak. Right now, the Grand Elder didn't want to interfere either. After all, this god's powerhouse was brought here by Fang Wanping, and it was also because of his elite warrior that he died. This responsibility must be borne by someone. However, Long Fei's weak voice sounded out, "Great Clan Elder, I beg of you, please save me. Elder Fang saved me, can you let him go?" Her voice was weak. Moreover, he spoke very softly. The surrounding people didn't hear his voice at all, except for the Great Elder. If it was before, when a mere outer court disciple said this, the Grand Elder might not even care about a bird and would directly ignore it. But Long Fei was different. Very different. Right now, He didn't dare to easily offend Long Fei even if he offended the divine spaces god's powerhouse. Immediately, the great elder said with a heavy voice, "Mountain Peak Lord Dong, who gave you the authority to capture a elder of inner house?" The sound was extremely heavy. Moreover, it brought with it a boundless pressure. The surrounding voices immediately quieted down, and everyone looked towards the Grand Elder. Dong Tiankue was also slightly stunned and immediately replied, "Great Elder, this kind of person deserves to die 1,000 deaths. If not for him being the current Tian Yuan, the Gu Lai sect would not have been in danger. One must know that our ancient antiquities have tens of thousands of disciples." Not waiting for him to finish, the great clan elder stared at Dong Tiankue and bellowed, "Let me ask you, who gave you the rights to do that?" Rumble. His voice was filled with a heavy pressure. In that instant, Dong Tiankue's body sank, and her body trembled from fright. Her lips trembled as she said, Lo, great elder, I only wanted to. The great elder shouted again, "Who gave you the right? You are only a peak owner. Do you have the rights to punish a elder of inner house? Do you even have a great elder like me in your eyes?" Anger. The surrounding elders were all shocked and scared senseless. Some people could not understand why the great elder would suddenly be so angry. Dong Tiankue immediately replied, "I don't dare. How could I dare to ignore you? I was just angry just now. I just want this person who almost caused the death of our ancient antiquity to get punished." "You just want to? I'm afraid it's not that you want it, but you must kill him, right?" Great clan elder coldly snorted, and then sent Long Fei to Bailey Tianhai. He walked up to Fong Wanping, looked at him, and said, "Elder Fong, Mountain Peak Lord Dong said that you used underhanded and despicable methods to sneak attack him, and nearly caused his death. Is there such a thing?" Fong Wanping did not know why the great clan elder suddenly changed, but he knew in his heart that it was related to Long Fei. "You are the one who is making this up. Fong Wanping, you are too presumptuous. Do you know who you are talking to? With your cultivation, if you were not using such a despicable method to sneak attack me, I would have been hurt by your hair?" Dong Tiankue immediately jumped up and started to curse loudly. His entire body felt like it was going to explode at any moment, like a cat. The great elder said flatly, "Elder Fong, continue. Mountain Peak Lord Dong, if you dare say another word, I will let you know what the power of the acting patriarch is." Dong Tiankue's eyes became tight and said, "Great clan elder, he is slandering, he is." The eyes of the great elder tightened slightly as the pressure on his body instantly exploded, pressing down on Dong Tiankue's mind like a crushing mountain. This was the pressure of the Emperor Swordsman rank, which Dong Tiankue was simply unable to endure. His body sank and his face turned pale. He almost kneeled on the ground. The great elder coldly replied, "Try half a word more." Dong Tiankue did not dare speak anymore. The surrounding elders were the same. They were all shocked. He didn't expect that Grand Elder would be so angry. The great elder said, "Elder Fong, please continue." Fong Wanping replied, "Yes. That day we were just passing through Firebull Valley. Dong Tiankue sensed that there was a trace of fire elemental energy in the Firebull Valley that was born from the heavens and the earth. We entered the cave in the valley." He told her everything that had happened in the Firebull Cavern. Dong Tiankue's face turned purple, but he did not dare say a word, and stared straight at Fong Wanping. Fong Wanping finished. The great clan elder nodded, and turned to look at Dong Tiankue. "Mountain Peak Lord Dong, is this how it happened?" Dong Tiankue anxiously tried to defend himself. "That's not it at all. It's him and that brat Long Fei who are working together to take away my fire essence." "Grand Elder, don't listen to his nonsense," Fong Wanping said. "Everything I said was true. If there was even a single lie, I would have been struck by lightning." Dong Tiankue said, "I am not lying either. all of this is Fong Wanping's fabrication. If there is even a single lie, I will die a horrible death. He didn't want to admit it. Who can prove it? Long Fei? He was one of them, and his proof was useless. If Fong Wanping could swear, he could too. Dong Tiankui laughed coldly. Fong Wanping, even if you and Long Fei combine forces, they're still not my match. The things you say are simply not true. When Dong Tiankui said this, many of the elders started to discuss with each other. Yeah. According to what Elder Fong said, the two of them are not even a match for the Mountain Peak Lord Dong. Mountain Peak Lord Dong was a king swordsman rank at that time. Can it be that I really found a weakness? Even if we do find him, how could we be so easily attacked? I trust the Mountain Peak Lord Dong more. Many clan elders stood on Dong Tiankui's side. This made Dong Tiankui a little complacent, and he looked at Fong Wanping with a cold smile. If he dragged Long Fei down now, he might be able to kill him too. Thinking of this, Dong Tiankui became even more proud of himself. But Dong Tiankui ignored Long Fei. They had also neglected Long Fei's position in the Great Clan Elder's heart. Great Elder walked back to Long Fei's side and asked, "Is what Elder Fong said true?" Long Fei was very weak and nodded. At this moment, the Great Clan Elder took a step back, then smiled lightly at Long Fei. Suddenly, boom! With one step, he landed in front of Dong Tiankui. Boom! A palm hit between Dong Tiankui's eyebrows. With a step, he landed in front of Dong Tiankui and slammed his palm down. With a step, he landed in front of Dong Tiankui and slammed his palm down. It hit him right in the forehead. Dong Tiankui didn't manage to react in time at all. Seeing that his palm had landed, the space between his eyebrows tightened, and in the next second, boom! The space between his eyebrows split open, and fresh blood spurted out. He swayed a few times before retreating a few steps. His eyes were unfocused as he looked at the Grand Elder. With a bang, he fell to the ground, fresh blood flowing all over. The surrounding people were all shocked. Many of the elders turned pale. This palm attack was too fast and too ruthless. It was so sudden that no one had any chance of resisting it. No one had expected this to happen. One must know that Dong Tiankui is a peak owner of the Horcrux's Gate Hill, one of the few people with the highest authority other than the sect master. Just like that, just one palm for a second? Just because of a single sentence from Long Fei? This was too surprising. The Great Clan Elder looked at Dong Tiankui, who had died in a pool of blood and was unable to rest in peace, and said indifferently, "To forget interest and righteousness, turning black and white, such a person is unworthy to live in ancient antiquity. Is there anyone who is unconvinced?" The voice wasn't loud, but it exploded in everyone's hearts. He was the Great Elder and the acting sect master. Furthermore, he had just defeated Powerhouse of the Heavenly God realm. Who would dare to disobey? In this world, whoever had the biggest fist was the king. All the elders said in unison, "Great Elder is right." The Great Elder's complexion turned slightly better. "That's enough. Today's matter has been resolved. Everyone can leave now." The numerous peak owner dispersed. Elder of Inner House also returned to the inner sect. Before leaving, the Great Clan Elder glanced at Long Fei, and then turned to look heavily at Lu Sun, who was in the crowd. Lu Sun nodded, and the Great Clan Elder left. He had also suffered quite a few injuries, so he had to hurry back to the inner sect to recuperate. He wasn't too concerned about Long Fei because he wanted to help Long Fei hide his identity. He couldn't let anyone find out about Long Fei's identity. He was the only one who knew that the God's Powerhouse was killed by Long Fei in one move. He was extremely excited. Incomparable excitement. He felt as if he was holding an unparalleled trump card in his hand. He felt as if he had won a lottery worth 5 million. The Grand Elder left. Long Fei and Zhao Dehan were carried back to their quarters. Phoenix also followed him back, but she kept her head down along the way, blaming herself a little. If it wasn't for her, Long Fei wouldn't have been threatened like this. Was it wrong for me to stay? She wondered. Was it right or wrong for me to stay with him? Isn't it time to leave? Phoenix blamed herself in her heart. She had thought about many things along the way. With her grandfather's departure and Long Fei's injuries, she felt that she was like a bane that would cause trouble for anyone by her side. Thinking of this, the tears of the phoenix began to flow uncontrollably. Yunxi, who was at the side, felt his heart ache as he said, "Don't be sad, this wasn't caused by you. If he saw you like this, he would feel even more miserable." Phoenix muttered, "Big sister Yunxi, shouldn't I be leaving now?" Yunxi said, "Don't talk nonsense, every day you are as happy as a little sparrow, you don't even know how happy he is, you are his fruit of joy. If you leave, what will happen to him? Didn't you see that he could do anything for you? Actually, I really do envy you." Yunxi spoke honestly. All of the men she met were all lustful of her beauty, and their minds were only thinking of how to get her onto the bed. But Long Fei was different. This was how he treated the phoenix. He really could fight with his life on the line. And it's the kind that doesn't care about life. If there was such a man in the divine space for her, she would not choose to undergo rebirth and rebirth. Phoenix muttered, "Is that really the case?" Yunxi patted her head and said, "Don't think too much, he will be fine." After returning to his residence, Long Fei sat cross-legged. Dragon Quang had taught him how to take care of his body. After a whole week had passed, the pain in Long Fei's body had lessened by quite a bit, but he had not completely recovered. Moreover, this time the pain was completely different. The previous pain was only a physical pain. This time, it was more a mental pain that could not be recovered in a short period of time. Unless he leveled up. Long Quang let out a deep breath and said, "Master, you can't do this in the future. Do you know how dangerous it is? 10 seconds. If it was any more than a second, you might even have the soul flying. Doing it like this is completely like dancing with a coffin on your back. Even if you don't want to think for yourself, you should at least think for the Dragon Clan. At the same time, think for the people around you." Long Quang was truly afraid. He was truly worried that Long Fei would play himself to death. Long Fei also had a moment of lingering fear and said, "Amen, I'll pay attention to it next time." Long Quangdao said, "You can't be so careful, you definitely can't do this next time." Long Fei laughed bitterly. Sometimes, he did not have a choice. What happened today? What if the 5th-level ancient dragon body could not defeat the Dark Apostle? If he were to activate the rank 6 dragon body, it would be difficult for him to do so. Thus, he directly soared to level 6, because at level 6, he had the absolute confidence to instantly kill Dark Apostle. Without thinking too much, the moment Long Fei entered the refined space, he had to quickly level up to restore his body to its maximum stat. The next day, the results were announced on the outer sect plaza. The results of the inner court disciple test had come out. First place for the Sword Immortal. At the same time, he was immediately accepted by the Sword Elf Mountain, becoming a Sword Elf Mountain disciple. The second was another outer disciple. The name of the inner sect Peak Zhen appeared after his name, which meant that he had been accepted by the Peak Zhen. All the way down, the higher-ups had all successfully entered the inner sect. They were all accepted by the Great Peak. However, other than these people, brothers of 5 elements, Bailey Tianhai, Zhao Dehan, and the others had also successfully entered the inner sect. However, none of them had been chosen. Their names were left blank. In other words, no one had chosen them. Isn't their result really good? Why didn't any elder of inner house choose them? They're probably being too arrogant and actually giving up on the match. Who do they think they are? That's right. Isn't he just a little bit more powerful? If it were that powerful, would he still need to wait until now to be selected by the inner sect during the rookie selection? You're right. This group of people are really strong, they actually abandoned the competition. It's good now, even if we just enter the inner sect like this. No one wants to be like Wild Ghost the Lone Soul, ha ha ha. Many people mocked. In the courtyard, brothers of 5 elements had long since returned and told Long Fei about the results of the exam. Long Fei's mental state had already been restored to its peak. Last night, his cultivation had risen by 1 level, and he was now a 6th-grade sword saint with full attributes. Long Fei muttered, "That shouldn't be possible, so this shouldn't have happened. Could it be that someone is up to something?" The Inner Sect, Main Peak Main Hall. The Inner Sect, Main Peak Main Hall. I object. He is just an outer sect disciple. What qualifications does he have to become a peak owner? Even if his talent was good, so what? Do you think that you can stand on the same level as us? How much have we done for the sect? Hundreds, even thousands of years of accumulation were required to become an elder and become a peak owner. What had he done to the sect? No matter what others say, I object. Grand Elder, we cannot be careless about this matter. Not to mention whether we would agree to it, even the inner disciples would not agree to it. That's right, he became the peak owner of the Horcruxes Gate Hill as soon as he entered the inner sect. What do you want others to think? What do you want the elders of the Horcruxes Gate Hill to think? Isn't this too fast? Furthermore, the 5 elements disciples by his side, I don't deny that Long Fei has helped them greatly in cultivation, and has played a key role in stimulating their potential, but in cultivation, we still need to have a mentor, so no matter what, we have more experience than him. A little? In his hands, the 5 elements are already wasted. He must get good guidance first. Yeah. Many people in the hall disapproved of the great elder's suggestion. With Dong Tiankui's death, the position of Horcruxes Gate Hill Master became vacant. The great elder wanted Long Fei to fill the seat, but he didn't think that all the peak owners would oppose it. This was something he did not expect. With so many peak owners objecting, the great clan elder did not dare to be too arbitrary. After all, this was not his own ancient antiquity. Moreover, Long Fei's status was too low. Becoming a peak owner the moment he enters the inner sect was indeed hard to believe. The great elder said flatly, "I can understand your objections, but they are all very united, like blood brothers. I'm afraid no one can separate them. If they can't be separated, then who would take over?" At this time, the peak owner took a step forward and said, "Great elder, there is no doubt in ancient antiquity that the power of my sword Elf Mountain will increase by leaps and bounds when they come to my sword Elf Mountain. They might be able to make it in time for this year's great sect competition." Not waiting for him to finish, of the power sect also interrupted, "King of Sword Elves, what are you saying? Just like how there is only one ancient antiquity in your sect, can't my sect guide them in cultivation? Grand Elder, I can assure you that the power sect is their best choice. I will teach them myself. Other than your sect and the Sword Elf Mountain, are we just meant to eat? Only you guys have the ability? We can't teach them? I am very clear on what plan you all have in mind. If you want to compete, then so do my peak Zhen." Long Fei and the others were already much more talented than the ordinary inner disciples. If anyone was able to obtain it, it would definitely bring about a great improvement and no one would give up on it. Moreover, what is the power of the 5 elements? Many of the peak owner were very clear in their hearts. Not only could they train the powers of the 5 elements by themselves, the powers released by the 5 of them could also be cultivated by others. They were the spring water of the holy source, the source of power. Who would let them go? All of them were arguing non-stop, and their faces and necks were red. They were on the verge of taking action. The great elder smiled to himself. He knew it would be like this. He gave a light cough. "Be quiet. We are all people who have lived for thousands of years. Aren't you ashamed? The main hall slowly quieted down. The great elder said, "You all are very clear about their talent. If you want to divide the people, they might not agree." And King of Sword Elves interrupted, "Great clan elder, I do not believe that they would not listen to your orders. As long as you give us your orders, we are willing to divide the spoils equally." "I agree. I agree too. Sure. Although they couldn't get everyone, they could still get an average of one. Otherwise, if they couldn't get even one, then their losses would be great." Great Clan Elder was startled. He did not expect the King of Sword Elves to say that they would split up their forces. However, he smiled faintly and said, "Forget about Long Fei, let's just talk about the 5 elements. If they were to separate, then they would be much weaker. Just like what King of Sword Elves said, I am the acting sect master, they would not reject my orders. If I let them all join main hall, I think they would agree to it. Alright, my main hall's peak is also a time to hire people when the time comes. Listen to him." Many peak owner were stunned. This was obviously a trap. If Long Fei and the rest of the 9 were to join the overall pinnacle, would they be able to survive in the other peaks? Clearly, he could only wait and see. Definitely not. No one wanted to be the one being competed in. If Long Fei and the other 9 were to join the main hall, then the other peak sects would definitely not be able to compare up to them for a long time. Immediately, the King of Sword Elves changed his tone. "Great Elder, I feel that your suggestion just now was not bad. Since they are all unwilling to part, why don't we give them a mountain and let them create their own mountain peak?" Right. I think so too. That must be good. I agree." For a moment, all the peak owner agreed with him. The great elder frowned and pretended to be displeased. "You really think so?" Everyone nodded in unison and said, "That's for the best." The King of Sword Elves said, "Coincidentally, there is an independent mountain to the north of ancient antiquity. It's a little far away, but it's rich in resources. What do you think?" "That's a good place. That's a good place. That's a good place." King of Sword Elves was worried that the great clan elder would pass the job to Long Fei. Many peak owner were worried about this too. After all, Long Fei was just a disciple who had just entered the inner sect. With Dong Tiankue dead, the Horcrux's gate was already in chaos. The Horcrux's gate hill was a big cake and couldn't get Long Fei, but getting the Horcrux's gate hill was also not a bad choice. As for the mountain in the north, not only was it barren, it even went near the ancient Lai Mountain. From time to time, demon beast would attack, and that place was not a place a human could stay in. However, the great elder did not say much, but said, "Since you all agree, then let him build his own sect." That dangerous peak was good for Long Fei. There was less strife when one focused on cultivation. The great clan elder had chosen that place to give to Long Fei from the very beginning. Moreover, before the meeting ended, Lu Sun was already in Long Fei's courtyard. "You want me to create a sect?" Long Fei was a little shocked. He didn't know what the Grand Elder was thinking. However, the Great Elder must have thought of something for him. Lu Sun said, "This is what the Great Clan Elder had entrusted us with. The Elder Fong over there is already waiting for you. Are you leaving now or not?" Long Fei looked at the many brothers behind him. Other than Zhao Dahan, who had not recovered, the rest wanted to enter the inner sect as soon as possible. Zhao Dahan said, "Boss, I'm fine." Long Fei said, "All right, then let's go to the inner sect now and open up our sect." Dodging the sharp edge, concentrating on training. Dodging the sharp edge, concentrating on training. This was what Long Fei really needed right now. When Long Fei arrived at North Peak, he finally understood the great clan elder's arrangements. However, as Long Fei stood at the bald peak of the mountain, looking at the dilapidated temple-like courtyard surrounded by weeds, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This is a little too shabby, isn't it? That's right, this place can also accommodate people? Were we fooled? Fuck, don't you see us as people? Bailey Tianhai and Brothers of Five Elements were a little indignant. It was completely incomparable to the other mountains. It didn't matter what he wanted. He didn't even have a place to stay. Bailey Tianhai walked to Long Fei's side and said, "Big brother, this is not as good as living in our outer sect. Why don't we go back and cultivate somewhere else instead?" Wu Hua also said, "That's right, he's obviously bullying us." All of them were very unhappy. However, in the distance there was a figure stooping down to pick the grass. Only after hearing the voice did he straighten his body, and upon seeing Long Fei, he immediately waved, "Peak owner." The one who spoke was Fang Wanping. Dong Tiankue was dead, and many people scoffed at him. There were many disciples of Dong Tiankue in the Horcrux's Gate Hill. If Fang Wanping wanted to stay in the inner sect, then he had to leave this place far behind. Moreover, he was more optimistic about Long Fei. Seeing Fang Wanping, Long Fei also immediately walked forward and politely greeted him, "Elder Fang." Fang Wanping had saved him before. He would forever remember this kindness in his heart. Fang Wanping immediately said, "You are now peak owner, and do not dare to call me Elder Fang. I am now an elder under your tutelage, just call me by my name." Long Fei said, "Calling you Elder Fang seems to be a little strange. From today onwards we will call you Uncle Fang. Call for help." As soon as Long Fei finished speaking, everyone shouted in unison, "Uncle Fang!" Fang Wanping smiled and nodded his head. His heart was incomparably moved. His initial choice was not wrong, and Long Fei did not disappoint him. After they were all introduced, Long Fei asked, "Uncle Fang, what do you think of this place?" Fang Wanping took a look at the desolate surroundings and said, "This place is called North Peak, and is the deepest mountain in the ancient antiquity. This place is located deep in the ancient Lai Mountain, and is constantly attacked by demon beasts. Invade, after the demon emperor and the ancient antiquity signed a peace agreement, no one else will come here anymore. In terms of fundamentals, they are indeed incomparable to the other peaks. But there are some benefits here that the other peaks cannot compare with." Long Fei asked, "What is it?" Everyone looked at Fang Wanping. Fang Wanping glanced at the mountain in the distance and said, "Holy Source. The holy source here is much denser than the other peaks." Wu Tu looked at his surroundings, which was filled with wild grass. Scratching his head, he said, "Uncle Fang, I haven't studied that many books, so you better not lie to me. This place is clearly a desolate area. Let alone the trees, even the grass here has grown to this state. How could the holy source be dense? Yeah. Impossible. When I came here, I already sensed it, but could not sense any dense holy source at all." Long Fei also felt it. The surrounding holy source was extremely thin. The word rich was not even worth mentioning, and this kind of thin holy source chi was not even comparable to the outer sect. If one were to say that this place was suitable for cultivation, no one would believe it. Phoenix walked to Long Fei's side and gently said, "My darling, there's a vein mine for the holy source." Fang Wanping's eyes flashed with a glimmer and said excitedly, "She is right, we have a holy source vein under our feet." Everyone was shocked. All of them opened their mouths wide in speechlessness. Spirit mine? Isn't this a little too fierce? The holy source vein mine was different from what it was before. Holy source veins, what did this mean? This meant that there was not only a mine down there, but an incomparably long holy source vein. This is 100 times more awesome than the holy source mine. Bailey Tianhai said in shock, "Are you talking about the holy source vein stone? How is this possible? If it was the holy source vein mine, would there be no one here? Can those old fellows from the ancient antiquity give us such a good place? That's impossible." Fang Wanping smiled faintly and said, "Only the great clan elder knows that we have the holy source's vein mine." Yunshi said, Are you saying that the great clan elder deliberately allowed us to come here? Fang Wamping said. Yes, he told me that there is a holy source vein mine here, and I did not believe him back then. However, there is a special seal in the room. I opened it up and took a look according to the method he told me to. It's a holy source but what? Wu Jin was excited. Fang Wamping said, it's just that mining is very difficult, furthermore there's something else underneath. Long Fei's brows tightened and said, something else? What is it? The more veins the holy source had, the more powerful the guardians were. Every single vein of the holy source was nurtured by the heaven and earth, forming into a very long process. They were born from the heavens, born from the earth, and were born from the earth. With some powerful guardian beasts, these guardian beasts are also known as heavenly beasts, land beasts. Fang Wamping was stunned once again. He did not know anything about these things. He only knew that there were demon beasts below, what they were, what their names were, and why they were there. The Grand Elder didn't know either. Few people in the mortal world knew about this. Heavenly beast? Land beast? Strong. Is this a boss? Can a holy artifact explode? Long Fei's concern was always different from others. When others were concerned about these guys being very scary, he was concerned about if these guys were bosses or not. Moreover, while the others were worried, he was excited. The Phoenix said, they are not ordinary demon beasts. It is rumored in the ancient times that they are the defense tribe of heaven and earth, and also the most ancient clan. When the ancient world was born, they already existed, and they were all hidden in places that no one else can find. Rub. So awesome. Defense tribe. That must be the boss. Long Fei's heart became even more excited. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, looked at the broken house in the distance and said, let's go in and take a look? Everyone was taken aback. Fang Wamping anxiously said, the great clan elder wants you all to rest first, don't go in anxiously. The monsters inside are too strong. Phoenix also said, my darling, sky beasts and land beasts are especially strong. If we are going to go down to the large-scale holy source vein mine, then it would be really dangerous. Even Powerhouse of the Divine Space would not dare to rashly enter. Even Powerhouse of the Divine Space do not dare to enter? Is that so? Then, with a flip of his right hand, Long Fei took out a divine clone and passed it to Fang Wamping. Uncle Fang, you can first become a god's powerhouse of the divine space. Rank 3 Holy Godhead. Rank 3 Holy Godhead. This is a third stage Holy Godhead that was revealed in the secret world S of the Heaven Punisher. He wasn't fusing. The brothers of 5 elements also could not fuse Bailey Tianhai and Bailey Tianhai. Long Fei would also not let them fuse together. This was because once they fused with one another, their cultivation would only be at the third stage of God state. It would be impossible to surpass. They could not stay in this realm. Fang Wamping looked at the crystal-clear, crystal-like object in Long Fei's palm, and saw that it contained an incomparably strong power. His body trembled slightly. God's state. God's powerhouse. He had never thought of it. He had never even dreamed of it. But now it was right in front of him. His Adam's apple rolled. He swallowed hard and didn't dare to pick it up. That small divine spark was too precious, so precious that he didn't even dare to think about it. He couldn't even speak, so he could only shake his head. Long Fei said, Uncle Fang, if it wasn't for you, I would have definitely been killed by Dong Tiankue at the Fire Ox Cave last time. This is my way of repaying you. Also, I want to tell you, once the Blend FO Godhead is activated, your cultivation will always be at this level. You should seriously consider it. His whole life, he was only a third-stage God state. However, how many people would be unable to find it in their lives? The God of Heaven class. he could instantly become a powerhouse of the heavenly god realm. It was simply an explosion. Fong Wamping shook his head. I cannot ask for it. It is too precious. It is truly too precious. You keep it for yourself. I cannot have it. He really didn't dare to pick it up, let alone the strong ancient antiquity. Even if it was any other powerhouse in the mortal world, any sect would regard such a divine spark as a treasure. Who would give it away so easily like Long Fei? Long Fei directly stuffed the divine spark into Fong Wamping's hands, and said, I'll let you take it. You should clearly consider whether or not you want to fuse with it. I'll wait for you all night. After Long Fei finished speaking, he walked towards that broken house, called out, and said, Wipe the surrounding weeds first. From today onwards, this will be our home. Everyone began to move. Whether it was Bailey Tianhai or the brothers of 5 elements, none of them were jealous just because Long Fei gave the holy godhead to Fong Wamping easily. On the contrary, they admired Long Fei even more. He was right, boss. Moreover, they believed in Long Fei. No matter what Long Fei did, they just chose to believe him. Fong Wamping looked at the holy godhead in his hands. His entire person was in a mess as the wind blew past him. He didn't know what to do. However, his hand kept shaking. Fusion? Become an Empyrean god. Empyrean god, God's powerhouse, the god that can enter the divine space? Gudong. Fong Wamping once again forcefully swallowed his saliva. Inner court, main hall. In the Grand Elder's courtyard. He had truly watered a strange little flower. The water was the type of spiritual water that came from the holy source. Standing behind him was Lu Xun. The Great Elder said flatly, Have you thought about it? Lu Xun nodded and said, Yes. The Great Elder got up and paused. Since you've made up your mind, then go and do it. Teach me what I can teach you now. Lu Xun said, Thank you, Master, for fulfilling my wish. The Great Clan Elder laughed and said, I am useless. The key point is, you have to see if Long Fei will accept you or not. Lu Xun's brows tightened for a bit and said, It doesn't matter if he accepts me or not, I will still follow him. In these past days, Lu Xun had been full of envy and jealousy at the beginning, but now, he felt a strong sense of strength from Long Fei's body. It's a stimulus. He wanted to follow beside Long Fei. The Great Elder did not say anything more. It seems like you are determined. Alright, then why don't you follow him and train for a bit? Go. Lu Xun didn't rush to turn around. Instead, he took a step back and bowed 90 degrees to the Great Elder. Then, he turned around and walked out of the courtyard. At this moment, the old servant walked into the courtyard and looked at Lu Xun's figure that was getting further and further away. The Great Elder laughed. What are you sighing for? The old servant said, The wings are getting harder. They're about to fly higher. The Great Clan Elder said, This is a good thing. Lu Xun has talent and room for improvement. It's very difficult for him to have a breakthrough here. It's also good to follow Long Fei. The old servant said, Old master, is that kid really that powerful? The head elder fixed his eyes at the sky, thought for a while and said, He's over 10,000 times stronger than you can imagine. His power is unimaginable. The old servant was slightly startled. He had never seen the Grand Elder praise a disciple in such a way. After a long time, the Great Clan Elder's pupils constricted, and he asked, How are things at Dark God Tribe? The old servant's gaze tensed up and said softly, Just as you said, the first 2 killers were hired by Dong Tiankue. They are indeed from Dark God Tribe. But what's strange is that both assassinations failed. This is something that has never happened in the history of Dark God Tribe. The Great Elder smiled and said, That's why you can't imagine his power. The old servant shivered slightly. The Great Clan Elder said, If we fail twice, the people of Dark God Tribe will definitely not let this matter rest. I'm afraid that the third time. His eyes also narrowed. The old servant said, He can even kill a god. How can he be afraid of a dark god tribe? The great elder said, the background of the dark god tribe is not something that the gods can compare to. It is the power of the Xians. You might not know the power of the Xians in the mortal world, but in the world of the divine space, the Xians can rule the sky with one hand, and the Emperor Xian can also do the same. God of boundary that can become an ancient world. These old servants did not understand. But the two words, God of boundary, shocked him inwardly. That is the strongest king in the ancient world. The great clan elder exhaled heavily and said, You keep an eye on dark god tribe. The old servant nodded and said, Okay, I will go right now. The old servant left the courtyard. The great elder said sincerely and earnestly, I should also let the sect master know about these things. Early morning. Everyone got up. Fang Wanping was standing in front of his room. Long Fei looked at him and asked, How is it? Before he finished speaking, Long Fei's eyes flashed with a trace of light, and he said excitedly, It fused. Fang Wanping nodded, and then his chi moved. Buzz! Rumble! An Empyrean god burst out with light, and a series of spatial cracks appeared around his body. His aura was completely shattered. The powerful rays of light rumbled in all directions. The entire ancient antiquity was enveloped under the rumbling sounds. Bailey Tianhai and the others had also rushed over. Seeing the divine lights on Fang Wanping's body, all of them became excited. Ha ha ha! Uncle Fang is too formidable and domineering. Fang Wanping immediately knelt down towards Long Fei. Long Fei hurriedly stood up and laughed. Ha ha! Now there is a god's powerhouse. Let's go. Let's go kill the boss. Let's go kill the boss. Let's go kill the boss. Long Fei shouted excitedly. Now that he had God's powerhouse overseeing the situation, he did not have to worry. However, Long Fei did not want Fang Wanping to follow him underground, but wanted him to stay there and take care of Phoenix and Zhao Dehan, who had not fully recovered. Phoenix was still wearing her black light bracelet, her holy source was under control, her cultivation was completely gone. It would definitely be dangerous if she went down there. It was safer up there. With Fang Wanping's protection, at least no one in this ancient antiquity would be his match. My darling, I also want to go with you. Phoenix pouted unwillingly. Long Fei patted her head and said, You rest up there first, I'll go down and take a look first. After I've scouted the way, I'll bring you down there to play. The most important reason why Long Fei wanted to enter the Holy Source Vein Mine was to find the Holy Source Vein Crystal, and use the power of the crystal that was born from the heaven and earth to break through the power of the black light bracelet. On the surface, he didn't seem to care, but in his heart, he cared a lot about the bracelet of black light. How could his woman be bound by a bracelet? The energy contained within the Holy Source Vein Crystal was extremely strong. If the Holy Source Vein below was very old, then he would definitely be able to break through the power of the black light bracelet. The dragon demon wouldn't lie to him. Phoenix's small mouth slightly pouted. Long Fei kissed her forehead and said, Be good, be good. Phoenix giggled and obediently nodded. I'll be the most obedient. I'll be waiting for you upstairs. She was very easy to coax. With just this one action, Phoenix became obedient. Long Fei called out and said, Let's go. Long Fei, Bailey Tianhai, brothers of 5 elements, and even Yun Shi, who insisted on following, walked toward the entrance of the seal. Fang Wanping walked forward and taught Long Fei how to open the seal. The seal disappeared as several streams of energy entered it. Then, a deep hole appeared, going down vertically like a mine. The cave continued to emit whistling sounds, like the sound of wind, or like the cries of some kind of demon beast, more like the cries of ghosts in hell. It was very scary. Fang Wanping said, Peak owner, what's below? Long Fei didn't want to worry the phoenix, so he said, Don't worry, there is no one in this world who can kill me yet. Then, Long Fei said indifferently, "Let's go." Wu Hua took the lead and directly leaped. At this time, when the fire energy was released, his entire body seemed to have dropped down like a ball of fire. Brothers of 5 elements followed one after another. There was danger below, so they would be the first to rush down. Because Long Fei was their boss. For this sort of thing, they had to be at the front. Long Fei also jumped down, and Bailey Tianhai followed along. After the 8 of them jumped down, buzz! The seal closed and returned to normal. Phoenix immediately became worried. Fong Wamping explained, "Don't worry, when they are about to come out, the seal will naturally be unlocked." Zhao Dehan's face was still pale, and said with a face full of regret, "Sai, I really want to go with boss. I need to recover quickly." Walala! 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 The wind was ear-piercing, and when it blew against his face, it felt like a knife was cutting his face. Hold on to one-word formation. Don't panic. Wu Hua, if you can't take it, switch it to another one. Long Fei said with a sound transmission. Wu Hua replied, "I'm fine." His body was like fire. He was the best forward, and he could light up the people behind him. The deep cave was getting bigger and bigger at the beginning, but Long Fei was constantly sensing the aura around him. The 8 people fell for half an hour. The temperature was getting higher and higher, at least 60 to 70 degrees Celsius. As they got closer to the Earth's core, the temperature would get higher and higher, and all 8 of them were drenched in sweat. Suddenly, Wu Hua shouted loudly and said, "I can see the ground." Long Fei immediately said, "Control the air, fly, and reduce the speed of falling. Faster!" Boom! 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 Every single one of them activated the power of the Holy Source, controlling their falling speed as they safely landed on the ground one by one. The ground was a huge open space. Everyone landed on the ground. Wu Hua activated the illumination mode. The surroundings were completely red, but even so, it was hard to see far. Long Fei looked around. His current cultivation was also at Master Swordsman rank, but in this place, his vision was not more than 10 meters. It was too dark. Bailey Tianhai observed the surrounding geology and said, "I'm afraid this place is already 5,000 meters underground." Long Fei asked, "Did you see the Holy Source vein mine?" Yunshi shook his head and said, "This place doesn't look like the vein mine of the Holy Source. The rocks here are completely unlike places that can produce Holy Source crystals." Long Fei was slightly taken aback. "This is 5,000 meters, we're not even in a place yet?" It was too dark. This darkness was also different from the darkness of the night. This darkness seemed to be able to swallow everything. Even if it was Wu Hua's fire, the illumination level of the fire was very low, as if it was being suppressed. Bailey Tianhai said lightly, "Put out the fire first." Long Fei reminded them, "Fire, extinguish it first." Bailey Tianhai relied on his brain to survive. With him around, Long Fei did not need to think much. Wu Hua did as he was told. As the fire energy in his body was extinguished, the surroundings immediately became dark. It was as if they had all been devoured. "The darkness here," Yunshi said lightly, "it's a little special." Not waiting for him to finish, Long Fei frowned, "Be careful." Boom! Walala! A sound that seemed to cut through the air came out from above them, like a gust of wind, but Long Fei could feel the fluctuations of the Holy Source. Wu Hua's pupils moved, flames emerging out of them. However, there was nothing in the darkness. Bailey Tianhai took a few steps forward, his pupils becoming tight. "Look. What are you looking at? Can't see anything?" "Nothing." Bailey Tianhai said, "All of you, look down." Long Fei walked to Bailey Tianhai's side and looked down. He was instantly stunned. What the hell? The brothers of 5 elements were also dumbfounded when they approached. Yunshi walked forward and said in shock, This is the Holy Source vein mine?" Even if it was her first time seeing it. At this moment, they were standing on the edge of a cliff. Below them, there was a glimmer of light that was crystal clear, just like the Milky Way. It was incomparably gorgeous. It stretched out endlessly into the distance. Long Quang was also especially shocked. What a big vein mine of the holy source! Long Fei quickly asked, "Can this type of vein mine produce holy source vein crystals?" "Sure. No problem at all. I never thought that the mortal world would actually have such a huge vein mine of the holy source. If this vein mine is excavated, it would be enough for all the warriors in ancient world to cultivate for 10,000 years. However, Master, the larger the vein mine of the holy source, the stronger its guardian beast." Without waiting for Long Quang to finish speaking, Long Fei's back felt a chill, and an aura of death pounced over. Everyone was shocked by the scene of the holy source vein mine. Everyone was shocked by the scene of the holy source vein mine. One by one, they stood there in a daze, completely unaware that a powerful aura was descending from behind them. Long Fei was the first to notice it. Yun Shi was second. Long Fei. Long Fei said softly, "I feel it. Everyone, don't act rashly. Remember, don't move." Long Fei warned them. Everyone finally reacted and their eyebrows tightened. She did not even turn around to listen to Long Fei's orders. The cold aura of death was getting closer and closer. The light wind blew on their backs like it was the wind produced by the breathing of a demon beast. Long Fei said in a low voice, "Hua, listen to my orders. 3, 2, 1. In a split second, Long Fei fiercely turned around as he roared in his heart, "Three-rate dragon body, open! Roar!" The dragon's roar shook, and in that instant Wu Hua spewed out a huge fireball, illuminating the surroundings very clearly. Long Fei's gaze tensed up. The creature in front of him was incomparably ferocious, like a toad. His entire body was shining with the light of the holy source veins mine, and on his forehead was a huge black eye, looking like a luminous pearl. His entire body carried an incomparably hellish aura. Seeing that the flames had appeared, he immediately opened his bloody mouth, and directly swallowed towards Wu Hua. Long Fei's aura moved, super power boxing. He threw a punch at the monster. Long Quang also shouted, "This is probably a land beast." Land beast. Long Fei became anxious. If it is a land beast, then why is it not a boss? Could it be that this guy couldn't even reach the level of the boss? He didn't think too much about it. The instant the land beast toad swallowed Wu Hua, the power of Long Fei's dragon body exploded, adding on to the punch in the middle of the superpower boxing. It struck its abdomen. Bam! A surge of power exploded outwards. A rumbling sound could be heard in the darkness. However, the giant's body only trembled slightly. Its body did not even move. It only moved a little. One had to know that this was the power of both the three-rate dragon body and the superpower boxing. This punch could kill the King Swordsman powerhouse instantly. But this punch was like scratching an itch for that guy. It did not even hurt a single strand of his hair. Moreover, his attacks did not stop as they continued to fly towards Wu Hua. Wu Hua had been by Long Fei's side for a long time and had yet to learn anything else, but he had learned this from being calm when encountering situations. Seeing that his body was about to be devoured by the land beast toad, the center of his brows tightened. 5 elements fire explode. Rumble! 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 That land beast toad was also powerful. No matter how much fire he spat out, it was useless. It was as if he could not feel pain at all, and also as if Wu Hua's attacks were useless. He was completely useless. Long Fei looked at the top of its head, and saw that there was no change at all. Holy sh*t. Too abnormal. Wu Hua's attack on the land beast toad was completely ineffective. His previous punch was also about the same. How strong is this guy's defense? Boom! The land beast toad had completely swallowed the flames. Long Fei frowned. However, one stream of flames sprayed to the other side, and Wu Hua's body was remolded from within the other flame, instantly recovering his body. The power of the 5 elements. Fire was the body. As long as it was fire spewing out of his body, he would be able to recreate his body. This was the power of the 5 elements. Unless he was instantly killed, he would not be able to kill him. However, it will hurt. Blood hung from the corner of Wu Hua's mouth as his face became a little pale. He also started to pant and said to Long Fei, "Boss, this guy is too ferocious." Everyone turned around and jumped into a safe place. Yunshi said, This could be a land beast." Long Fei said, "He is the land beast." Yunshi said, "The larger the holy source vein mine, the stronger the guardian beast. What realm is this fellow a guardian beast at?" Long Fei said, "I don't know what realm it is, but when I threw my fist over, it felt like I was scratching an itch. I wasn't even able to harm him." Everyone tensed up. The defense tribe was the most mysterious and earliest race of the ancient world. They are not human. Not a demon clan nor a god clan. They were divided into 2 types, the sky beast and the land beast, and were not restricted to their appearance. The toad in front of him was one of the land beast. Goo goo! With 2 grunts, the land beast toad seemed very angry, because it did not manage to swallow Wu Hua just now. Yi Zichen swept his gaze over them. Walala! 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 Like a laser beam, the extremely powerful attack was like cutting through steel plates, and it was so fast that with just a single slash, it broke through, causing the ground to split apart. This was 5,000 meters underground, where the rocks were incomparably hard. However, to it, they were like pieces of glass that would shatter upon contact. Eye of light? Damn! Enlargement stroke? Long Fei's eyes tightened and immediately said, "Avoid his gaze." At the same time, rank 5 dragon body. Boom! Long Fei directly raised the ancient dragon body's level increase to level 5, releasing a dragon's roar from his body which raged outwards. Logically speaking, any race who heard the dragon's roar would be crushed, but the fellow in front of them acted as if they didn't hear it at all. Point the reaction, the attack didn't stop at all. Long Guangdao. The defense tribe was born even before the rest of the dragon race, and these guys are the protectors of the ancient world. They have been the hegemons of the ancient world since their birth, and they control all the holy source, the energy of heaven and earth, and all the spiritual energy cultivated in the pocket dimensions under the ancient world is under their control. It's just that they rarely appear, and do not interfere with the affairs of the world. But you did remind us that if we ever meet Defense Tribe, we must take a detour to avoid provoking them. What kind of existence was Long Batian? He was once the strongest person in ancient world. However, if he did not have a temper when he met the Defense Tribe, then how powerful was the Defense Tribe? However, the more the Dragon Quang said it, the more intense Long Fei's desire to challenge him. Are you, Long Batian, going to win or not? It doesn't mean I can't win. The stronger you are, the more I like you. Long Fei pushed the power of the ancient dragon body to its limit and directly leapt to the top of the land beast toad's head. He flipped his right hand, big sword. The great sword fell into his hands and fiercely pierced down towards the eyes of the land beast toad. First, blind your eyes. Whether it was the eyes of man or beast, both were places with extremely weak defenses. If the strength of a rank 5 dragon were to pierce through, it would surely go blind. Long Fei had absolute confidence. However, when he stabbed down with the sword in both hands, the land beast toad's eyelids slightly blinked, and the laser disappeared. It's nothing. However, Long Fei's eyes were slightly startled, because beneath him was the phoenix that had fallen into an illusion. In an instant, without any time slits, Long Fei's vision changed as his eyes blinked. In an instant, without any time slits, Long Fei's vision changed as his eyes blinked. The one beneath him was not the land beast toad, but the phoenix. At this moment, he truly used the great treasured sword to stab towards Phoenix. Long Fei's pupils tightened as he braked and quickly flipped backwards, retreating continuously. He heavily smashed into the rock, causing a mouthful of blood to spurt out. He instantly retracted his strength. With the strength of ancient dragon body of the 5th level, Long Fei suffered internal injuries. "Boss! Big brother! Long Fei!" Everyone shouted in worry. Long Fei crawled up from the ground and looked over again. He discovered that it was still Phoenix who was looking at him with a gleeful smile. "My darling, what's wrong? How did you get injured?" "That's not right. That's not right. Obviously, the girl hasn't come yet. Something's not right." Long Fei shook his head with all his might, wanting to make himself more clear-headed. It was completely useless. In his eyes, land beast toad were phoenixes. It was that naive and innocent phoenix girl. Even if he had just suffered internal injuries, it would still be the same. He had not woken up from the illusion, which showed just how strong the land beast toad's illusion techniques were. "Phoenix, why are you here?" Long Fei couldn't help it. He clearly knew that Phoenix had not come, but he was still unable to control himself. Bailey Tianhai said, "Big brother, Bing Bing hasn't come yet, what's wrong?" Wu Hua also asked curiously, "Boss, what's wrong?" Boss looks at the land beast differently. What's going on? That's right. There is no fighting spirit in her eyes. What's going on? Boss, what's wrong? Whether it was Bailey Tianhai or the brothers of 5 elements, it was as if Long Fei did not hear what they said. Actually, he heard them, but his nerves went into a trance and automatically blocked out their voices, as if they hadn't heard them. Long Fei's eyes were still staring at the land beast toad. Yunshi frowned and said solemnly, "There was an ancient myth saying that all of ancient world's techniques were spread from the defense tribe. In the legends, the defense tribe is omnipotent, capable of everything, and proficient in all types of cultivation techniques, alchemy, equipment forging, formations. A lot of things." Bailey Tianhai said, "What do you want to say?" Yunshi said, "I think." Seeing Long Fei's expression, he might have been struck by land beast's illusion. Illusion technique? You mean that kind of illusion technique that controls the hearts of people? Impossible, right? I've never seen someone more resolute than Boss. Even if it's an illusion technique, Boss wouldn't be able to hit it. Could it be something else? They had followed Long Fei for a period of time. They knew too well what kind of person Long Fei was. He was resolute. His control was extremely strong. How could such a person be instantly affected by an illusion? Yunshi said, "He is resolute in his heart, but if the one he is going against is the defense tribe's land beast. If the myths and legends are true, these land beasts are considered the ancestors of all martial arts training, including illusions." Bailey Tianhai didn't ask too much. He frowned as his mind spun. "If it's an illusion, then you want to break the illusion attack." Bailey Tianhai raised his eyes and immediately shouted, "Wu Tu Wu Mu." The two of them stepped forward. He then leaped up and landed on both sides of the land beast. Earth explosion. Rumble. Rumble. On the 4 legs of the land beast toad, a thick layer of soil immediately bound the land beast toad. Explode. The earth elemental energy gushed out and exploded. But the land beast toad did not feel any pain. Wu Tu's cultivation was too low, so this kind of attack was completely useless against him. Wu Mu closed his eyes. It was the same with his attack. The land beast toad did not move at all. He didn't even have the strength to tickle her. The two of them looked at Bailey Tianhai, and Bailey Tianhai stared fixedly at the land beast toad, observing his every movement and gaze. The two attacked again. Strength increased. However, it was the same. The land beast toad did not move at all without any pain. Bailey Tianhai was still observing. Immediately, Wu Jin, Wu Hua and Wu Shui also stood at their respective positions, circling around the land beast toad in 5 different positions. The 5 of them formed a seal at the same time. Buzz! Buzz! One person represented one type of attribute. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, these 5 attributes were released from their bodies. Their pubes was burning. This was the first time they released their powers at the same time. All 5 of them released their full strength at the same time. Immediately, the combined power of the 5 elements formed a 5 elements formation. 5 different colored powers were released from their bodies. They instantly intertwined with each other and merged together. The 5 of them exchanged glances. His mind stirred. The 5 people shouted out at the same time, 5 elements descend. Bang 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 bang. 5 strands of power rushed into the air and combined together, directly smashing onto the head of the land beast toad. Bailey Tianhai stared fixedly, as though his eyeballs were about to pop out, and his entire person entered a berserk state. Rumble! 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 The head of the powerful land beast toad exploded. The land beast toad's body sank heavily. The 5 of them revealed a look of excitement. This was the first time they had combined all their powers to unleash this power. Very strong. To be able to make the land beast toad sink, it was sufficient to show that they were very strong. However, without waiting for them to be happy, the land beast toad's single eye tightened and let out an endless amount of anger, letting out a gurgling sound. With a flick of his body, rumble, he leapt into the air and landed heavily on the ground like a toading skill. The impact on the ground jolted him. Bam! The powerful shockwave caused the combined forces of the 5 elements to shatter. It instantly collapsed. The 5 were also instantly sent flying. Bam! Bam! One by one, they crashed into the walls of the cave. Blood trickled out from the corners of their mouths as their faces turned pale. In one move, almost all 5 of them were killed. Yun Shi looked at Bailey Tianhai and said, "Can you tell anything?" Bailey Tianhai frowned. At this moment, in Bailey Tianhai's mind, all of the land beast toad's power flowed, and all of its meridians were like an electric net. The entire strength of the land beast toad was in his mind. His brain was like a computer scanning the iris. They paused for a moment. Bailey Tianhai growled, "Which one of you knows the beast mastery?" "Beast mastery?" Yun Shi was startled, and said in a daze, "At this point of time, what can someone who knows beast mastery do? Can you even tame this land beast?" Bailey Tianhai said, "Yes. This fellow's circulation of his strength can be said to be perfect. His body has almost no weaknesses. It doesn't matter if it's strength or defense, there are no weak points. I can't think of any other way to deal with him. The beast mastery is probably the only way." Before he could finish, a white shadow fell down. "I understand." Long Fei was trapped in an illusion. Long Fei was trapped in an illusion. Everyone lost their backbone. Bailey Tianhai forced himself to remain calm as his heart burned with anxiety. Brothers of 5 elements were blasted away, all of them heavily injured. At this time, Bailey Tianhai thought of a method to deal with the land beast, but beast mastery? Who knew of beast mastery? Yun Shi hadn't cultivated beast mastery in his previous life, nor had he cultivated beast mastery in this life. Bailey Tianhai was even less capable. Just as Bailey Tianhai was feeling anxious in his heart, a white figure landed and immediately shouted, "I understand." Bailey Tianhai was startled, and immediately looked over. "Brother Lu?" The one who came was Lu Sun. He left Main Hall Peak and went straight to North Peak. After learning from Fang Wanping that Long Fei had entered the underground space of the seal, he did not hesitate and immediately opened the seal and followed. He wanted to follow beside Long Fei. "I want to learn something," Long Fei had a lot of things he wanted to learn. His current cultivation was the King Swordsman rank, so it was possible that he would only be able to reach the peak of the Sword Emperor realm in his entire life. He was unwilling. He wasn't willing to spend his entire life in the mortal world like this. He wanted to see what it was like to be high up. He wanted to know what the divine space looked like. He chose to leave Master and went to Long Fei's side. Lu Xun's body was as light as a swallow, the tip of his feet lightly tapped, and with a step, he directly landed by Bailey Tianhai's side. Feeling the land beast toad's strength, his mind also tightened as he anxiously asked, "Quickly tell me, what do we do?" Time was running out. The land beast toad was already enraged. With a single move just now, he was able to send the brothers of 5 elements flying, and the aura on his body became even more berserk. Once he went berserk, everyone here would probably die. Bailey Tianhai quickly said, "It's simple. His mental energy is the weakest part. As long as we use the beast mastery to interfere with his mental control, he will be able to cause Big Brother to come out from the illusion. That's one of them. Other than that, I once flipped through an ancient book, saying that the beast mastery was passed down from the foreign world to the ancient world. Just now, Yunshi said that these defense tribe were the ancestors of the martial arts training, and any cultivation system was created by them first. If the book I am reading isn't a lie, then the beast mastery will be their weakness." Bailey Tianhai was a genius with 8 heads. Any book can be jotted down by flipping through it once without missing a word. This was his ability. Yunshi was slightly stunned, then said while looking at Bailey Tianhai, "It seems to be true, the first ancient world really didn't have a beast mastery." At this moment, Lu Xun had already ran up and looked at Long Fei, who was not far away. His heart tensed up, and then moved towards land beast toad. Buzz! Spiritual energy link. A spiritual idea directly entered the land beast toad's body. It instantly entered its brain. Also at this moment, Lu Xun's pupils shrank rapidly and his body started twitching as he was unable to control his entire body. It was as if he wanted to absorb the spiritual energy that had entered the land beast's mind. Huge. It was incomparably huge. It had never been so huge before. It was a huge sea of consciousness, endless. When his idea entered the land beast's sea of consciousness, it felt like a grain of sand, too insignificant. "What's going on?" Yunshi looked at Lu Xun's pale face and asked, "Why did it suddenly turn like this?" Bailey Tianhai's forehead turned sinister and said, "Sea of consciousness. The land beast's sea of consciousness has undergone hundreds of millions of years of cultivation, and has reached an endless expanse of realms. Under such circumstances, if the spirit idea wants to disturb his mental energy, I'm afraid." Seeing Lu Xun's expression, Bailey Tianhai immediately knew what was going on. At the same time, he could feel the sea of consciousness of the land beast. Yunshi asked, "Boundless sea of consciousness? Then, what will happen to him?" Bailey Tianhai said solemnly, "They might die." "Huh!" Yunshi was shocked. "Then what about Long Fei?" Bailey Tianhai clenched his fists tightly and did not say a word. If his illusions were not broken, Long Fei would not have any fighting strength. Not only that, she would be played as a toy by the land beast. If he did not interfere with the land beast toad's mental strength, Long Fei's illusion technique would not disappear, and he would only continue to immerse himself in the illusion. Actually, not really. Long Fei was trapped in an illusion, and even Long Quang was thinking of a way to remind him that Long Fei could not hear his voice, but he could hear Long Quang's voice. But he still hadn't found a way to break it. Long Quang Dao. These defense tribe are the ancient world's martial arts training s. They came before us, who are proficient in all kinds of cultivation technique. Illusion techniques are one of them. Long Fei said, "Don't speak such nonsense, think of a way to break his illusion technique." Long Fei's mind was clear. But it was useless. It was impossible for him to make a move against Phoenix. Even if he knew that it was not Phoenix, he could not make a move because Phoenix was the person he needed to protect the most right now. He couldn't get over it. Long Guangdao, the illusion is controlled by his mental energy. If the mental energy can be broken down, then there might be a chance. Now they are already using the beast mastery. Wait for my chance. Long Quang could do what Bailey Tianhai and the others were doing. Gulp. The land beast toad let out a caw, and the sound wave attack came out. Bailey Tianhai was forced to retreat. Lu Xun's face also became increasingly pale. However, Lu Xun did not give up. If he wanted to follow Long Fei, he had to show some of his power. What qualifications did he have to stay by Long Fei's side? Which one of Long Fei's inherent skills wasn't stronger than him? Lu Xun clenched both his fists tightly, the veins on his forehead bulged, and lines of blood appeared in his eyes. Blood was pouring out of his nose, and his brain could barely take it. It was as if he had fallen into madness. Suddenly, the beast mastery's spiritual idea shook violently. The aura on the land beast toad also suddenly disappeared. It was like a car suddenly turning off its engine. Bailey Tianhai shouted loudly, "Big brother!" Sensing it, Long Quang also quickly said, "It's right at this time." Boom! Long Fei's spirit force exploded. The land beast toad's mind control power became chaotic, allowing Long Fei to escape on his own. Hoo 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 hoo. Hoo 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 hoo. In an instant, Long Fei woke up from his illusion technique. Panting like an ox, he felt very uncomfortable, but the restrictions on his illusion techniques were gone. Long Fei's gaze tensed up. Bailey Tianhai shouted at the top of his lungs, "Brother Lu, quickly retract your spirit idea." However, Lu Xun didn't seem to hear what he said. At this moment, Lu Xun's spirit idea was firmly held in his hand by the land beast toad, and his body slowly floated up. He was extremely displeased with the mental interference Lu Xun caused him earlier. With two gurgling sounds, he became enraged, as if he was about to pinch Lu Xun to pieces. At this moment, Long Fei growled, "The person who killed me, have you asked this father?" Damn it! The idea moved, and the space between Long Fei's brows shrunk, as he stared straight into the land beast toad's eyes. Ancient beast mastery, open. Had never cultivated the ancient world's beast mastery. Had never cultivated the ancient world's beast mastery. However, it's the same whether it is beast mastery or not. Then again, he cultivates the ancient beast mastery. The idea moved, and a strong mental control directly surged into the land beast toad's sea of consciousness. In this instant, Long Fei also felt that it was extremely vast. Oh my gosh! I've always said that my sea of consciousness is very big, but compared to this, it's not even 1%. Long Fei's heart trembled. The bigger the sea of consciousness, the stronger the spiritual force. Moreover, this was also the reason why Lu Xun was heavily injured. This kind of enormous sea of consciousness could devour any mental energy within its body. Long Fei's beast master idea entered the land beast toad's body and quickly searched the central nervous system of his sea of consciousness. At the same time, when the land beast toad sensed that Long Fei's beast master idea had entered his sea of consciousness, he also became infuriated and issued a series of gurgling sounds. The world around him seemed to be collapsing. Immense strength was released from his body, one ring after another. Bam! Lu Xun was the first to fly out and collide against the wall. He spat out a mouthful of blood and spoke with difficulty. "Junior brother Long, this guy's sea of consciousness is too strong. Hurry up." Lu Xun moved. He held a long and thin sword in his hands, and with a flick of his body, the power of the King Swordsman rank erupted to its peak, causing the sword to become illusionary. Buzz buzz buzz. Waves of buzzing sounds exploded out. In the air, countless of sword images constantly superimposed on the sword in Lu Xun's hand, and then slashed down at the land beast. Bailey Tianhai immediately said, "It's useless." Not waiting for him to finish, when the sword stabbed down, it was still 2 meters away from the land beast toad. He exploded forth with his strength. The long sword bent. Bam! The long sword broke, the broken sword was smashed into pieces, Lu Xun was flung out again. The injury was even more severe than before, even the blood that spurted out was black. Bailey Tianhai said anxiously, "Don't go up, this guy's defense and strength is almost perfect. Going up there is suicide." Bailey Tianhai looked at Long Fei and said loudly, "Big brother, if you can't do it then forget it, let's go." As long as they escaped into that small cave, the land beast would not be able to catch up. This might be their only chance of survival. However, Bailey Tianhai was very clear of Long Fei's temper. He would definitely not leave. Indeed, land beasts were defense tribes, they were there to protect the ancient world, and this kind of person could be said to be a boss in the ancient era. How could he let it go? So what if we don't have the boss aura? As long as they killed them, they might even be able to kill holy artifact in the ancient era. Thinking of this, Long Fei's heart beat even faster. I really want to explode with a land beast. Very much. However, in this situation, everyone was hurt except himself. Once the land beast attacked again, these people would not be injured, but die here. Long Fei did want to kill him, but he wanted to protect his brother's life even more. And then, Long Fei said solemnly, "You two go first, escape into the narrow hole first. With the seal above, this guy should not be able to catch up." Bailey Tianhai asked, "What about you?" Long Fei said, "I'll stall him first, you guys go first." Faster. Yun Shi looked at Long Fei. She wanted to release her summoning powers, but, even if she summoned that war pet, it was unlikely that she would be its match. Long Fei looked at Yun Shi and asked, "What are you still hesitating for? Why aren't you leaving? Do you want to spend the night here with me? I still remember that you owe me one night. Don't worry, I won't die. Someone who can take my life has yet to be born. Quick, let's go." Yun Shi looked at Long Fei. Bailey Tianhai knew that if this dragged on, they would all die here. This land beast really couldn't be dealt with. It was still Long Fei's beast master idea that had entered the land beast toad's sea of consciousness. Otherwise, if he had used even a little bit of his strength, they would have all died. If he didn't leave now, then he wouldn't be able to leave. Bailey Tianhai shouted out, "Big brother, be careful. Let's go. Let's go." Brothers of 5 elements wanted to stay, but what could Li Jun do? It would only implicate Long Fei. "Boss, be careful. Boss, you have to be careful." Lu Xun glanced at Long Fei and his brows tightened. He said to himself in his heart, "You must be alive." He came to Long Fei's side to learn something. If something were to happen to Long Fei, would he still have to learn to hammer? Long Fei faintly smiled at Lu Xun and said, "Wait for me to go up, you will be my brother. Their cultivation is not high, and they can't fly for long on their own, they rely on the brother Lu." Lu Xun's eyes lit up, he nodded and said, "No problem." When the King Swordsman rank's aura exploded, it directly held everyone up and heavily shouted, "Let's go." They left. Speaking of which, the land beast toad did not stop them. Long Fei's beast master idea had entered his sea of consciousness, but it did not manage to control him. Furthermore, he had enough strength to deal with Bailey Tianhai and the others who were trying to escape. However, the land beast toad did not do so. His single eye was staring at Long Fei. From Long Fei exploding with the power of the ancient dragon body to the power of the ancient beast mastery just now, all of these made him somewhat shocked. He saw his brothers leave. Long Fei immediately retracted his idea and retracted their power. Beast taming? Turn a land beast into his own? It doesn't exist. What he wanted was to explode. It's not a war pet. Furthermore, just now, after a quick search, he couldn't even find where the central nervous system of the land beast was during that long of a time. The beast's taming power couldn't be suppressed. Subduing it was simply too difficult, and it was basically an impossible task. If this carried on, it would only consume his spirit power, and would only result in his spirit power being devoured back by the land beast toad. Long Fei leaped 100 meters away, his mind tensed up. Fuck, this daddy doesn't believe I can't deal with you. Hearing Long Fei's words, Long Quang's heart immediately tightened. Master, you're not going to open 6 levels of the ancient dragon body's power again, are you? Long Fei clenched his fists tightly. This was his strongest power. If he wanted to deal with the land beast toad, even the power of the level 6 ancient dragon body might not be useful. What he wanted to open was the 7th level. Even higher. Long Quangdao, didn't you promise that I couldn't use this power anymore? Long Fei said solemnly. I don't care so much now. In his heart, he was only thinking of one thing, and that was the explosion of the land beast. It had to explode. In that instant, Long Fei's palm moved. Wang. A drop of spirit blood's blood floated above his palm. This time, Long Quan was even more afraid. He thought that Long Fei had activated the level 6 ancient dragon body, but Long Fei had immediately released spirit blood, wanting to forcefully activate a higher level power. Master, you will lose your life this way. Long Quang was very afraid. Long Quang was very afraid. The level 6 ancient dragon body heavily injured Long Fei. It could no longer be opened. However, Spirit Blood was excited. He did not want to activate the level 6 ancient dragon body. He wanted to open up a stronger power. Spirit Blood. Long Fei's Spirit Blood was different from others. She was different from others' Spirit Blood, as she contained an extremely strong power, which was also a type of consumption. Consumption to himself. The more spirit blood consumes, the more difficult his path would be. Not only that, to give birth to a drop of spirit blood was simply too difficult. Long Fei didn't know, but Long Quang was very clear that every single drop of spirit blood's blood would need tens of thousands of years to form a single drop. How powerful was the power that spirit blood gave birth to? Immeasurable. Every drop was related to himself. Excessive usage would only make his body worse and worse, affecting his longevity, cultivation, and various attributes. Be it the black and white from before or the old demon, both of their expressions became nervous when they saw Long Fei using spirit blood, and even if they wanted to stop him, it was useless. Black and White had also warned Long Fei more than once to use his own spirit blood, as little as possible. But Long Fei's character was like looking at death with indifference. If he did not want to accept it, he'll do it. His personality remained the same. This is a land beast of the ancient world. This guy's lifespan might even be as long as ancient worlds. This type of boss was the most ancient type of boss. Who knows, maybe just one would be able to ascend into the heavens. How could he let it go? Definitely not. Long Fei said with a heavy voice, I don't care anymore. If I don't blow him up, I won't be able to fall asleep. Long Fei rubbed the bridge of his nose, staring at the spirit blood floating above his palm. Just as Long Fei was about to release an even stronger power of ancient dragon body, suddenly, the land beast toad began to speak. I know you. I know you. He spoke in human language, and the words came out very clearly. Just like humans. Long Fei was startled, her jaw dropped in shock. What did you say? He didn't quite understand what was going on. He was a little dumbfounded. The land beast can speak? He was even speaking in human language? The land beast toad's throat rolled a few times. I know you. Know me? Have we met? How come I don't remember? Long Fei looked at Spirit Blood, who was floating above his palm, and thought to himself, is this guy afraid of me? His spirit blood's power was very strong, and normal demon beast would pounce and snatch it when they saw it. However, if a knowledgeable person could understand, how could a person with this kind of spirit blood be weak? The land beast toad said, "To be exact, what I recognize is the power in your body." "Do you know my strength?" Long Fei was stunned yet again. Long Quang was a bit excited and said, "Could it be?" The land beast toad said, "If I remember correctly, your strength should be a type of insect's power. Worms. Holy sh*t. Long Fei was immediately furious. Is the dragon race a bug? This. Long Fei was very unhappy. Long Fei said, "Dragon race is a dragon's power, do you understand?" The land beast toad revealed an astonished look, as though it was thinking about the past, and said, "I remember, it's just as you said, the power of the dragon race. Actually, all dragons are the same. In my eyes, all of you are bugs." Poochie. Long Fei wanted to vomit blood. The former hegemon, king of the dragon race who had been strong for countless years, was actually called a worm? If these words were heard by the dead ancestors of the dragon race, they would have to crawl out of the coffins. Even if they couldn't defeat the land beast, they had to win. However, compared to land beast, the dragon race was just like what he said, a type of worm, just a little stronger than some other bugs. Long Quang quickly said, "If he said he recognizes this kind of power, then isn't it because he has seen you in his previous life? Master, you had a great battle with Defense Tribe's powerhouse in your previous life. Could it be that he is one of them?" He was very excited. Exceptionally excited. He was even more excited than Long Fei. One had to know that this was the Defense Tribe's land beast. However, Long Fei wasn't that agitated. He had a casual look on his face, and was a little disdainful in his heart as he said, "How did you say you know my strength?" Land beast toad said, "I have." Long Quang said excitedly, "You're right." Long Fei carelessly said, "You have? How did you see it?" The land beast toad said, "At that time, I was still young, and someone who used the same power as you found the land beasts of our defense tribe." The words, "I was still young," already stunned Long Fei. At that time, f*ck. If it was really Long Batian, then how many years ago was it? How long had this guy lived? One must know that there was a lifespan limit even for deities, and it was the same for the immortal world. As long as there was no improvement in cultivation, there was also a lifespan limit, and it was not an endless lifespan. It was hard to imagine. The land beast toad continued, "You found us and told us to deal with the outer space powerhouse, but the patriarch didn't agree to it, and then they started to fight. A full month. You won against 3 elders of our land beasts alone." Long Fei was startled. He won against 3 clan elders in a month? Was he strong? Or weak? The land beast toad continued, "In our defense tribe we have never lost, but the last person was defeated by the patriarch in one move." "Defeat him in one move?" Long Fei was shocked. Long Batian is awesome. Seems like the most awesome people are still these defense tribes. How awesome was Long Batian back then? It was known as an existence invincible throughout the world, worshipped by tens of thousands of clans. Any expert would groan under his fist. However, he was defeated in one move. Long Fei said, "It can't be that you were able to defeat me in one move when you were heavily injured, right? After all, it had been a month. After every battle, we will let him recover within 2 hours. Furthermore, he will only be stronger than before." Recover in 2 hours? That's a lot of good stuff. Long Fei was secretly excited. He looked at the land beast toad and asked, "What happened next?" The land beast toad said, "Later? After that, he left, and the patriarch didn't want to join in the world strife, but later on, there was indeed a crisis in the ancient world. The ruins of Void, the Azura Abyss, the ancient god tomb, and the hells of hell. The appearance of these 4 spatial rifts caused the ancient world to be on the verge of collapse. The patriarch of the land beast and the patriarch of the heavenly beast tribe wanted to discuss, but in the end they sent their troops to fight, however. Those foreign powerhouses have not only invaded these 4 places, they have also invaded the places where our defense tribes live. That battle. The sky and the earth went dark, countless newly created planes were turned into dust, the elders fell, the clan leaders died in battle, and almost all the defense tribes died. In the end, the fusion of the Heavenly Beast clan's clan chief and the Land Beast's clan chief drove the outer space powerhouse out, and it was also because of this that people would be victorious in a war. No one knows. Before the patriarch died, he told the people of the Land Beast clan that if they were to find that man or their descendants, they must remember to thank him. Thank you for protecting ancient world. Furthermore, he can become a member of the defense tribe. Long Fei was a little dumbfounded listening to her. The secret of the past made Long Fei a little confused. The secret of the past made Long Fei a little confused. Other than the defense tribe, no one else knew about this. Even Long Batian himself might not know. Back then, when he resisted strong enemies from other realms, the defense tribe was also resisting. It was just that. Long Batian only knew that the defense tribe was very strong, and told the later generations of the Dragon Clan to not provoke it. Long Fei looked at the Land Beast Toad and asked, "Become a member of the defense tribe? What are the benefits?" The Land Beast Toad said, "Benefits? I don't know what benefits are, but according to what you humans call benefits, this is heaven. There are countless cultivation resources here. There are all kinds of powerful cultivation techniques created by our ancestors. There are various ancient holy artifacts, war devices. Are these good?" Long Fei almost drooled upon hearing his words. Every single one of them was extremely exciting, and said, "He is no longer here, I can take his place and become the defense tribe." How many years could these things keep him from struggling? Naturally, they had to have good things. The Land Beast Toad pondered for a moment and said, "Patriarch only said that he could become one of the people in the defense tribe, and not his descendants. F***ck. Then what's the use of telling me this?" Long Fei immediately felt like these holy artifacts were all annihilated, and his face was filled with displeasure. The Land Beast Toad said, "However, if you can be like him, you can also become a defense tribe." Long Fei laughed. "Like him? Defending against the outer space powerhouse?" Land Beast Toad said, "Yes." Long Fei said, "I would like to, but where are the strong enemies from the other realms? You tell me, I'll go and kill him first." A powerful enemy from another world? Other than those 2 phantoms, Long Fei had never met them before. The Land Beast Toad said, "They are already very close to ancient world. All these years they have been waiting for an opportunity to attack, waiting for an opportunity to invade ancient world. And, after the strong enemy from the outer region was chased out of the ancient world, our defense tribe sacrificed a great amount of things, and we haven't recovered from it for so many years. We have also been searching for a person who could become a defense tribe, but we have not found a single one over the years. Do you want to become a defense tribe?" Long Fei rolled his eyes at the Land Beast Toad. Just as he was about to speak, Long Quang said excitedly, "Master, agree to him, agree to him." Long Quang was incomparably excited. This was an invitation from the guardian families. It was an honor. If one became a defense tribe, it would be equivalent to becoming the guardian of the ancient world. Everything in the ancient world. As a result, the chances of Long Fei becoming the god of boundary increased yet again. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He couldn't afford to miss it. Long Quang said excitedly, "Master, we can't refuse. Although the defense tribe is hidden, they can be said to be the strongest race in the entire ancient world. If we can obtain the support of the defense tribe, the rise of the dragon race will only be a matter of time. And dominate the ancient times again. Long Quang spoke incoherently. No one would miss such an opportunity. Long Fei did not plan to refuse. It was just that. As Long Quang spoke, a system notification rang out. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to player Long Fei for activating Guardian. Do you wish to accept? The mission was triggered. Long Fei was slightly shocked. Looking at the system prompt, he hesitated for a moment before saying, accept. There had been no mission for a long time. Now that a quest had suddenly appeared, becoming a guardian was definitely not a simple task. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for accepting the Guardian quest. Level: Syssus SSSS grade, time, 3 years, mission, become a guardian and protect the ancient era, kill 10 god of boundary level powerhouse, 50 half god of boundary level outer space powerhouse. Reward: rank plus 10, ancient rank special reward once. Possess the power of protection and control over the ancient 10,000 world. Looking at the task reward, Long Fei's mouth was wide open in a zero shape. This time, he was truly stupefied. This reward. Become the ruler of the ancient world. Controlling the ancient 10,000 worlds, I'm going to fuck myself. This is going to be great. Long Fei was already boiling. A full-level mission, a mission at the Great Perfection Realm, 10S class. Furthermore, the mission had to kill 10 outer region god of boundary level powerhouse S and 50 half god of boundary level powerhouse S. Most likely, he was already immeasurably strong. It was also because of this that his task reward were so powerful. Difficult, that was the challenge. If it was only an ordinary mission, Long Fei would not be excited. Alright, I want to become a defense tribe. Long Fei looked at the land beast toad, and said in his heart, Guardian, I'm set on it. The land beast toad said, being a guardian is not that easy. You must prepare your heart, and take advantage of the chance that you still have to regret. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Long Fei said directly, I, Long Fei, will never regret doing anything. Regret? Non-existent. The system had accepted all the quests, what was there to regret? The land beast toad said, Good, what I want is your boldness. If you want to become a guardian, you have to go through all kinds of tests and challenges. If you want to protect others, you have to make yourself strong in order to become a guardian. Only the powerhouse has the right to protect the people around you and the things you want to protect. You're still too weak. You need to become stronger and experience all sorts of challenges. Various challenges? Was this land beast toad giving him cultivation resources? Long Fei said, I am ready to accept my challenge. The defense tribe controlled all the cultivation resources of the ancient world and controlled the heaven and earth spiritual pulse. The holy source vein mine below was guarded by the land beast toad. As long as he could acquire that cultivation, wasn't he flying? Long Fei currently needed a large amount of holy source stones to cultivate in the refined space. If he could use a holy source vein mine as his cultivation resource, then his cultivation speed would at least increase by more than 10 times. The land beast toad said, Are you ready? Long Fei said, I'm ready. The land beast toad said again, Are you really ready? Long Fei said, I'm really ready. Tell me, what kind of challenge? The land beast toad moved its huge body forward and stood at the edge of the cliff. It lowered its head to look at the glowing holy source vein mine and said, Jump down from here first. Huh! Long Fei was slightly taken aback. This height was a little scary. With his current cultivation level in the Master Swordsman rank, he would not even be able to fly on the sword, and he would at least fall half dead. Long Fei asked, Why are you jumping down? I have to know what to do, right? The land beast toad said, If you jump, you will know. Long Fei looked at the firm expression on the land beast toad's face, and did not think too much about it. Right now, he had no choice but to accept the mission. Long Fei took a step forward. Bam! His body sank and fell to the ground. The land beast toad stood at the top and watched Long Fei jump down, muttering to himself, "There hasn't been anyone who has passed the Guardian's test yet." The land beast toad stood at the top and watched Long Fei jump down, muttering to himself, "There hasn't been anyone who has passed the Guardian's test yet. However, I hope you can persevere a little. At the very least, it will be of great help to your cultivation. Even if you cannot become a guardian, you still have the strength to help the ancient world defend against external enemies." The land beast toad looked up into the night sky, and its single eye slightly tightened. He saw the seams of hell reopen. He saw the roaring of the Azura abyss demon. He saw the bones of the void ruins standing up once again, seeing the undead of the ancient god tomb laughing towards the sky. Ancient world. At the end of the day, however, the people of the world could not detect it. Whether it was the divinity, the mortal world, or the other lower planes, they were all the same. No one noticed the outer space powerhouse's invasion. Last time there was at least one Longbatian, but he was only barely able to resist the external enemies, so it wasn't considered a success. Sky Law, the suppression of the Zhen Tian stones. His body is still buried in the Ashura's abyss. Even so, he had done many things. What about this time? The defense tribe was lacking in talent, the number of land beasts were incomparably small, and the heavenly beasts were nowhere to be seen. If they could not find the heavenly beasts, if they could not form a strong resistance, this time, ancient world would definitely not be able to protect him. Land beast toad had no other choice. He could see from Long Fei's body that Long Batian had once possessed strength. He wanted Long Fei to give it a try, even if he failed, at least it would make Long Fei stronger. Walala! Gulp! The scalding hot wind blew against his face, and Long Fei's entire being seemed to be on fire as he fell from the sky, becoming increasingly hot the further he went. Looking at the Holy Source vein mine from a high vantage point, it felt like a galaxy, but the closer they got to it, the more Long Fei felt that it was lava. The flowing magma. The heat was coming from the center of the ground. It was unbearably hot. However, the density of the Holy Source's aura almost made Long Fei suffocate. He took a deep breath casually, as if his nose was blocked. He inhaled a few mouthfuls. Long Fei felt extremely comfortable. Suddenly, ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current level, Sword Saint level, 7. Huh! Long Fei was stunned. Damn, even breathing can level up? The heck! He really did rely on his breathing to level up, because the density of the Holy Source's aura had already reached to the point where he could firmly grasp it in his hands. Ha ha! I'm rich, I'm rich! Long Fei breathed crazily. 10 breaths later. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Currently level 8 Sword Saint. Ha ha! It leveled up again. Damn it, damn it! Killing monsters for experience points, training, killing people, leveling up, and even breathing, these are all things that are truly amazing. Long Fei was extremely excited. In a few seconds, he had leveled up 2 levels in a row. This speed was truly extraordinary. Moreover, the upgrade is still in progress. 1 minute later. Ding! Congratulations to the player Long Fei for leveling up. The Sword Saint in front of you is level 9. I'll go. It feels so good. Long Fei wanted to cry. He had never felt so good before. The Holy Source Qi he absorbed quickly tempered his body. It was as if his body was being purified time and time again, leveling up every time. His body had been purified 3 times already, and he had also leveled up by 3 levels. Damn it, I want to build a house here. I want to live here. Long Fei was secretly pleased. Even his breathing had leveled up. This place was simply too comfortable. This was just the time to fall and was not really close yet. If he was standing on the holy source vein mine, he would probably level up even faster. Is this the challenge? Isn't this a bit too easy? Long Fei laughed. Even though his master swordsman rank could not withstand jumping down from such a height, it was still. He had the body of a 5 revolving body, and the power of ancient dragon body. Even if he really fell down, he wouldn't die. Even if he jumped into the magma, he wouldn't die. Challenge. Isn't it a bit too simple? Long Fei wondered in his heart, why would there be such a simple matter as time itself? 3-rate dragon body. Open. Long Fei saw that he was about to drop to the ground and immediately activated the power of his dragon body. Boom! The moment the aura on his body moved, the strong force immediately made Long Fei float. At the same time, he looked at the sparkling and translucent holy source veins mine beneath his feet. The high ground looked really small, but now every single one of them looked incredibly large. How many holy source stones does this slice open? Long Fei muttered. Bam! His feet landed on the ground. Long Fei took a deep breath. Phew! It's really too dense. I feel like I'm about to level up again, ha ha. I need to stay in this place for 10 to 15 days, and then directly rise to the Emperor Swordsman rank. Long Fei looked at the meandering veins of the holy source. He didn't need to do anything right now, just thinking about it made him happy. Long Fei looked at the dark sky, not being able to tell if the land beast toad was still at the cliff or not. He loudly shouted, "Land beast, is this the challenge? This is simply welfare." Before he could finish, suddenly, a strange aura gushed over. Long Fei's brows tightened. He had not retracted the power of 3-rate dragon body yet, and with a move of his aura, he turned to look in a certain direction. At this moment, bam! A ray of black light shot out, and directly pounced onto without giving him any time to react. It was as large as a spider. It directly covered Long Fei's face and spat out an incomparably sharp thorn, which then pierced right into the space between Long Fei's eyebrows. Shwa! The spurs directly penetrated Long Fei's forehead. The defense of the 3-rate ancient dragon body was completely useless. Long Fei immediately felt that he was going to die. His health point swished to the bottom, and immediately became 0. Killed in one move? You don't even have the chance to resist? Long Fei was about to lose all hope. He really didn't have time to react. What he was afraid of now was an insta-kill. However, this kind of mutated spider could instantly kill him? Even if Long Fei had reacted quickly, he wouldn't have been able to use the power of his high-grade dragon body. It's over. Feeling the intense pain, Long Fei's heart felt as if it had died. Perhaps it was due to the goddess of luck's blessing, or perhaps he himself did not deserve to die. The moment he was pierced, a system notification rang out. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current level: Sword Immortal Level 1. At the moment of life and death, he leveled up. What did leveling up mean to Long Fei? This means that all properties are back to full. Health point restored to full. This time, Long Fei did not dare to be careless and immediately exploded in anger. Rank 5 Ancient Dragon Body. Explode. 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 With the release of the level 5 Ancient Dragon Body's power, Long Fei's hands clenched tightly and directly grabbed at the big spider's body and fiercely squeezed until it exploded. Bam! The mucus exploded on his face. These giant spiders possessed incredible offensive power, while at the same time, they had virtually no defense at all. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing the Holy Source demonic spider. The sound of a notification rang out, but nothing had been dropped. However, the mucus that exploded out from the demonic spider's body was quickly absorbed by his body, and at the same time, Long Fei felt his cultivation increase by another step. This elixir? Could it be that these demonic spiders have swallowed the spirit liquid from the holy source vein mine? Its body is filled with spirit liquid? Long Fei muttered. It was also at this time. The land beast toad's voice sounded in Long Fei's mind and said, "These are the holy source demon spider, the parasites dropped from the outer region demon beast's bodies. These parasites multiply extremely quickly, and they attach themselves onto the veins of the holy source, feeding on the veins of the holy source to survive. After all these years, who knows how many veins and veins of the holy source have been sucked dry by them? Otherwise, the spiritual energy of the ancient world would be much denser than it is now. They affect the cultivation of the warriors in ancient world, so your first challenge will be to get rid of these holy source demon spiders." Long Fei was startled for a moment and said, "The parasite in the alien monster's body? F***ck me. That must be eliminated." It should have been very easy for him to kill the holy source demon spider in one move. As long as he didn't kill him instantly, it would be fine. Was not prepared previously, but now that he was on guard against the holy source demon spider, it was not so difficult to instantly kill him. The land beast toad said, "The attacks of the holy source demon spider are extremely sharp. I believe you have experienced it just now. At the same time, its defense is also extremely weak, and another thing is, because there are no natural enemies in the ancient world, it reproduces extremely quickly, and also, they are social species." Before he could finish, shwa, 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 numerous holy source demon spiders flew out from the darkness and pounced towards Long Fei. Moreover, the surrounding giggling sounds were extremely ear-piercing, as if tens of thousands of bugs were crawling. "Damn, why didn't you say so earlier?" Long Fei complained and immediately leaped up, laughing. "You can crawl? But can you fly?" The land beast toad continued, "I forgot to remind you, other than their powerful attacks, they can also shoot out poison nets. Once they are stuck, they won't be too far away from death." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A number of webs that were as thin as silver threads were shot into the air, and with the cooperation of these holy source demon spiders, they practically formed a large weave in an instant, covering Long Fei. Not a net. Instead, dozens of them covered him. Just as the land beast toad had said, if they touched even a little bit of it, they would be poisoned to death even if they were not stuck to the web. The energy that these holy source demon spiders had absorbed was from the veins of the holy source. The poison that comes out must be extremely poisonous. Damn you! Can you finish your words at once? Long Fei kept dodging and almost got hit several times. He did not dare be careless. There were more and more holy source demon spiders below them, and these fellows had their eyes red from anxiety when they saw Long Fei killing their comrades. Just wanted to eat Long Fei's bones. Long Fei dodging in the air was not a big deal. He could not jump down like this. He would be engulfed in an instant. The first thing to do is to find a safe place to stay, and then try again one by one. Speed. Dark heavenly feather. Long Fei released the holy artifact that exploded out from Dark Apostle's body, causing his movement speed to increase by 100 times. His entire being instantly relaxed. It would be easy to avoid these spiderwebs. In this darkness, moving 100 times faster was just too great. The spiderwebs were like snails crawling about, and now even more spiderwebs were useless in front of him. The items from the God's powerhouse are really easy to use. This speed of 100 times is simply too great. All right. Then, he would try the cultivation technique that the God's powerhouse cultivated. Long Fei moved and shouted, "Dark sky! Wung! Wung!" A few explosions rang out, and for a time, the night sky turned even darker. Black clouds billowed as boundless darkness shrouded the area. The dark pressure also came crashing down. The dark sky was a group injury cultivation technique. He could use it limitlessly, but he had an innate condition, which was that the holy source must be plentiful. The consumption of 10,000 holy source points per second, even the powerhouse S of the Emperor Swordsman rank couldn't afford such a consumption. However, what is this place? In the veins of the holy source, there were so many holy source S that people would like to die for. What's there to worry about if the value of the holy source is not enough? Even if it was not enough, Long Fei still had 10 darkness attribute top quality holy source stones on him to support him for a bit longer. Boom! Boom! Rumble! Waves of pressure came crashing down, as if it was a crushing blow from the heavens. Although it was not as strong as the Dark Apostle, but it was enough to squash a few demon beasts. The holy source demon spiders were also trembling. His movements were too slow, he couldn't even spit out the spider webs. However, they didn't die, at most they just fainted. Long Fei released the power of the dark sky to its strongest point, smashing it down heavily. However, it was still the same, these holy source demon spiders did not die, and even the wound on their head did not decrease in the slightest. In other words, this kind of pressure could only make their movements slow and cause them to temporarily faint, but it couldn't cause them any damage. Long Fei's few 100,000 points of spiritual academy points were instantly used up. The dark sky disappeared. In less than 3 seconds, all of the holy source demon spider had fully recovered and started to attack Long Fei crazily once again. Not in the dark sky. Long Fei swallowed a darkness holy source saint rank stone, and his holy source rapidly recovered its full value. The void moved. He quickly flew away. If a group attack couldn't work, then he had to find another way. However, the two sides of the mine were surrounded by the holy source demon spider. Wherever he flew to, the holy source demon spider would quickly attack him. If not for the speed of the dark sky feather, Long Fei would probably have died here. There were too many of them. Everywhere. Long Fei looked at the meandering and rugged holy source vein mine, and was stunned. A perfectly good holy source vein mine. How many holy source demon spiders are there? How many ancient worlds heaven and earth holy source are they going to devour? Damn it. Lord of Buddha can endure it, even I can't. Looking at the group of holy source demon spiders below him, Long Fei clenched his teeth. Since I can't dodge, then let's fight. If I am not comparable to the infernal realm, who would enter it? Ah! Long Fei's body dropped down heavily, his right hand moved, and the great sword appeared in his hand. There was no other way. If he couldn't dodge or avoid them, he would kill them one by one. He was forced into a corner. He was forced into a corner. This was the first time Long Fei was the most helpless. Everywhere. There was no place for him to land, and he continued to attack. There were countless attacks, and they were truly annoying. Annoyed. Long Fei forcefully landed on the ground and immediately activated the 4th level of Ancient Dragon Body mode. He was now a immortal swordsman rank, and his physical body had become even stronger, to the point where he could withstand the power of an ancient dragon body of the 4th level and not suffer any backlash. Kill! The power of the 4th stage ancient dragon body vibrated, slightly pushing away the holy source demon spider. At the same time, the great sword in his hand continued to swing. Ascending dragon wave. Walala! A series of huge dragon phantoms burst out from the ground, turning dozens of holy source demon spiders into powder. They were not afraid at all, but instead pounced towards Long Fei with even more craziness. The spikes in their mouths were like poisonous needles on a bee's butt, fiercely thrusting towards Long Fei. He was also constantly spitting out spiderwebs. The number of holy source demon spiders surrounding them increased. High up in the sky, Land Beast Toad exhaled lightly. It seems like we won't even be able to pass the first stage of the challenge. Sigh. Humans really cannot have any hope, not even if it's the ancient Era's race. After all, there are still too few powerhouses like that dragon clan. The land beast Toad sighed. Long Fei had already been surrounded by the holy source demon spider. Under such circumstances, even the strongest emperor swordsman would not be able to rush out, and how many holy source demon spiders were in this vain mine? He couldn't even count it. They will come endlessly until the last one is dead. Long Fei was only a human. Even if his body had a powerful force, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. At least, seeing Long Fei being surrounded, the land beast Toad was disappointed. He also did not save Long Fei because, if they failed the challenge, they would have to face death. This was the price one had to pay to become a guardian. I told you, humans can't do it. Humans definitely won't be able to succeed. In all these years, has one succeeded? In another place, the other land beast opened its eye. On its forehead was a golden rhombus-shaped plate. This was its symbol of identity. When the land beast Toad saw him, its eyes looked a little lonely. It said lightly, "Elder, I thought he was different. I saw the shadow of that man on his body." He did not continue. At this moment, Long Fei had already been completely surrounded by the holy source demon spider, and his entire body was crawling up and down. Impossible! The land beast elder also let out a light breath and said, "That dragon kid back then was indeed strong, and he was able to defeat 3 land beast elders. But when was that?" Like this, how many people still wanted to work for the ancient world? Who ever thought of protecting this plane? No more. I'm afraid we won't be able to defend ancient world either. I can't find any heavenly beasts either. Just by relying on our 100 land beasts, they would definitely not be able to defend it. Right now, the 4 great danger zones are in danger. No one in the ancient world is paying attention to this danger zone. They are still intoxicated in this world where they will kill each other. How sad, how sad! With a long cry, the elder closed his eyes and disappeared into the darkness. The land beast Toad looked at Long Fei, who had been completely engulfed by the holy source demon spider, and looked up at the sky with its eyes. Then, it too disappeared into the darkness. He gave up, because, now that things had reached this stage, Long Fei could not possibly succeed either. They gave up, but Long Fei did not know that if he knew, he would definitely fuck his uncle. Right now, his entire body was covered with holy source demon spider, all sorts of painful and unbearable attacks, but he did not give up. He continued to kill. He continued to dodge. The body of a level 4 ancient dragon body was much stronger than the body of a level 3 body. Even if the sharp poisonous thorns of the holy source demon spider were to pierce into Long Fei's body, it wouldn't cause much damage. However, the pain was there. Intense pain never stopped. It also caused Long Fei to become even sharper, the big treasured sword in his hand. Wherever he went, he died. The system beep exploded loudly. Ding! Ding! Ding ding! Ah! Long Fei shouted in fury. There were simply too many holy source demon spiders in the surrounding area. It was a dense and endless sea of holy source demon spiders. If this goes on, even if I don't get bitten to death by them, I'll probably die from exhaustion. No way. This really won't do. Long Fei killed his way through the mind while thinking about countermeasures. Right now, he was standing on top of the holy source veins mine, with the cliffs on both sides. Even if he wanted to move, the demonic spiders could still surround him. I don't care. Long Fei's idea sunk. Long Quang immediately knew what Long Fei was trying to do, and said, "Master, with your current cultivation, level 6 ancient dragon body can support you for 60 seconds. You can release the power of the level 6 ancient dragon body. As long as you force away these holy source demon spiders and add on your dark sky feather, it shouldn't be difficult for you to fly out." Long Fei was currently in the immortal swordsman rank, so the level 6 ancient dragon body should be able to resist. As long as the period of time didn't pass, it wouldn't harm him too much. He was worried that Long Fei was not using the level 6 ancient dragon body. Indeed, Long Fei had never considered the level 6 ancient dragon body. He had already experienced the strength of a rank 6 and knew that it was not difficult for him to escape, just like Long Quang had said. However, escaping was not what he wanted. What he wanted to do was to pass the challenge. The idea sank and moved the palm of her left hand. A drop of spirit blood floated up. Long Quangdao, Master, this is really very dangerous. Long Fei replied, There's danger at any time you're alive. I don't care what happens in the future, I only know what I need right now. The land beast is still watching me from above. I must pass the test. At this moment, Long Fei was still thinking that the land beast above were paying attention to him, so he must perform well. Thinking about those ancient holy artifact, Long Fei couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Thus, Long Fei's brows tightened as he merged and released his power. Under spirit blood stimulation, Long Fei's strength increased explosively. The power radiating from his entire body was also especially strong. Ah! He roared. Level 7 ancient dragon body, open! Roar! Under spirit blood stimulation, Long Fei forcefully released the level 7 ancient dragon body, and in that instant, his body transformed into a holy dragon emperor with long golden horns. The power released from his entire body caused the entire holy source vein mine to shake violently. The holy source demon spider that was near to him was directly crushed into powder by his body's power. The holy source demon spider could feel that the powerful strength in Long Fei's body was also retreating continuously. They were afraid. Long Fei clenched his fists. Boom, boom, boom. His strength exploded. With cold eyes, he glanced at the holy source demon spider behind him, and said heavily, Now you want to run? All of you must die for me. With the power of a level 7 ancient dragon body unleashed, Long Fei's body had already reached the unbreakable diamond stage. Even if the attacks of the holy source demon spiders were high, they still wouldn't be able to harm him at all. With the power of a level 7 ancient dragon body unleashed, Long Fei's body had already reached the unbreakable diamond stage. Even if the attacks of the holy source demon spiders were high, they still wouldn't be able to harm him at all. Level 7. The strength of 7. Master, 5 seconds. At most 5 seconds, your body will explode from the force of the 7th level if it exceeds that by a second. 5 seconds was the limit. This was the limit that Long Fei was unable to endure at the moment. Long Fei now felt that he had control over the entire world. The strength of a rank 7 dragon was too strong. It was as if the entire world was crawling at his feet. This feeling was as if he was a super king. 5 seconds? Enough! The idea sunk, and the power of Holy Dragon Emperor on its body immediately shot out like a bolt of lightning. Buzz! With a tremble of the halo, the entire Holy Source's vein mine was covered up by the halo. And at this moment, where the light reached, time seemed to have stopped. Walala! 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 One after another, the Holy Source demon spiders turned into powder, turning into fine powder. The system beep exploded even more. Ruyamble. In an instant, all of the Holy Source demon spider in the vein mine died. That scene, just like how a god destroyed the world, Long Fei himself was completely stunned. 5 seconds? He only used a second. The further up the ancient dragon body, the stronger it got. Furthermore, the strength of the ancient dragon body was not based on the foundation of the previous level, it was just like a sudden change or mutation. Rank 7 and Rank 6 had completely different attribute. If a level 6 power could kill a god of heaven was considered very strong, then a level 7 was a destructive power. Not a single Holy Source demon spider that was tens of thousands of kilometers away were left alive after being crushed into fine powder. This was it. Who? Long Fei let out a heavy sigh. Sensing that there was no longer a single living holy source demon spider, he retracted his strength and quickly recovered. No more than 3 seconds. But, even so, the moment Long Fei regained his senses, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body sank and he fell to the ground unsteadily. His internal organs were in a tumultuous state. With a face as pale as a dead man's, he leaned on the rock wall and was unable to move an inch. His brows tightly knitted. Long Quang, didn't you say I could hold on for 5 seconds? I only had 3 seconds. It was too hard. The backlash from 3 seconds of time was actually this strong. Long Quang Dao. 5 seconds is the limit that you cannot pass. Even if it were just a second, you would still be severely injured. Master, I really cannot use spirit blood to stimulate your strength anymore. If you are not careful, something bad might happen, and every drop of spirit blood is extremely precious. You can just use it like that. If you use it, your spirit blood will be exhausted, and at that time, your body will no longer have any advantages over your cultivation. The spirit blood in Long Fei's body was not an ordinary person. According to Long Quang's intentions, his spirit blood had been left behind by Long Batian, so every drop had to go through millions of years to be brewed. The corner of Long Fei's mouth twitched and he said, I got it. Long Quang Dao, do you really know? Ha ha ha. Long Fei laughed and said, there are some things that I have to do. Just like before, if I don't use spirit blood to stimulate my strength, how could I instantly kill so many holy source demon spiders? Right. Long Fei never submitted. As long as there was the slightest opportunity, he wouldn't let it go. Dragon Quang was also speechless. However, what happened just now was indeed true. If Long Fei had not used spirit blood's power forcefully, he would have been the one to die. It was just that this kind of thing was too dangerous. No one could save Long Fei more than 5 seconds. Long Quang Dao, don't talk for now, heal your injuries first. Long Fei asked, what kind of treatment are you talking about? I just need to breathe a little more. Healing injuries? What he wanted was not to heal, but to level up. Long Fei's breathing hastened, rough and heavy, but every breath he took was filled with extremely dense holy source energy, and every breath he took felt as though his experience points was soaring. An hour later. Huff! Long Fei heaved a heavy sigh. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current level, Sword Immortal level, 2. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for opening the Sword Immortal dungeon. Do you wish to enter? 2 notifications sounded. In the instant he leveled up, Long Fei's health point quickly recovered and the pain in his body also instantly disappeared. With a leap, he immediately stood up. Long Quang stared blankly for a moment. He really wanted to let Long Fei continue healing his injuries and find out that his entire body was in perfect condition, with not the slightest bit of injury. He was completely dumbfounded. Again? Seems to be the same a few times. Every time I suffer a serious injury, my cultivation realm will recover completely. He's completely different from the old master. Long Fei laughed. Of course it's different. Long Batian is Long Batian and I am me. He was even more suspenseful than Long Batian. He relied on the system. Upgrade the system that will be recovered. Long Fei stood on top of the Holy Source vein mine, looked at the crystal-clear vein mine, and felt the limitless energy in the surrounding area, breathing in a deep breath of the Holy Source's essence, so pure. All right. Right now, there's no Holy Source demon spider in the Holy Source vein mine, right? And then, Long Fei looked at the dark sky above and said, Land beast, I passed my first test, right? There was no response from the darkness. Long Fei raised his voice and said, Land beast, have I passed the test? Still no response. Long Fei was depressed. Damn, what's the situation? With a shift of his body, he borrowed the power of the dark sky feather to fly directly to the top of the cliff just now, and discovered that the land beast had already disappeared. Long Fei released his sense, but did not sense anything, causing him to feel even more displeased. Damn, are you just going to let me go like this? What do you mean by that? He gave up. What's the situation? Long Fei was a little confused. He did not know what the land beast toad was doing. However, Long Fei looked at the quest in the system and said, "The quest is still there. No matter if the land beast toad accepts it or not, I will naturally become the guardian after completing the quest." But Long Fei thought to himself that if he could get the land beast toad's reward after completing the first trial, he would have to go somewhere else. He's probably stingy too. Long Fei disdainfully snorted, then turned around and looked at the vein mine below him. He said excitedly, "I almost forgot about it. This should be the reward, right? The Holy Source vein mine. Ha ha ha, I'm rich. Now that the entire vein mine is mine, it's too refreshing to be in a place where my breathing can even level up." Long Fei was incomparably excited. The reason the land beast toad left was because he felt that Long Fei would not be able to pass the trial. The reason the land beast toad left was because he felt that Long Fei would not be able to pass the trial. Accepting the challenge of the guardian would only result in death if he didn't succeed. Thus, the land beast toad did not take action when Long Fei was in danger, but chose to leave instead. He immediately gave up on Long Fei. If they saw Long Fei's future performance, the land beast toad would definitely be shocked. Let alone the rewards, they would probably specially train Long Fei to bring him to the Guardian Land instead. As for this vein mine of Holy Source, it was not enough to reward Long Fei. However, to Long Fei, this Holy Source vein mine was the best reward. He now had the North Peak. He was the peak owner. The environment of the North Peak could be said to be extremely harsh. They all had to be self-sufficient without any resources. The S did not think of giving Long Fei any resources to cultivate. When the great clan elder gave it to Long Fei, he would not give it any more resources. In fact, he knew in his heart that there was a holy source vein beneath the North Peak, but just how big was it? It was unknown whether or not it could be used for training. Long Fei flew to the ground. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Long Fei return. Long Fei gave the Holy Source crystal mine to the phoenix and said, "Girl, this is for you. It should be able to help you break the bindings of the black light bracelet." Phoenix received the crystal mine and giggled, saying, "Thank you, my darling." Long Fei said, "Why are you being so courteous to me?" Yunshi said, "How did you get it? That land beast isn't a problem for you, right?" Long Fei shook his head, "No. Are your injuries all right?" Everyone shook their heads. "It's nothing much. I just need to rest for a few days." The one who was injured the most was Lu Sun. Long Fei looked at Lu Sun and said, "If you help, then you're my brother. If you're willing, you can stay here." Lu Sun revealed a smile and said, "Thank you." Long Fei said, "I do not know your purpose for coming here, but from now on, you are a part of this place. If someone bullies you, I will stand up for you. Stop them." Lu Sun looked at Long Fei heavily, and did not say a word. Long Fei said, "All right, everyone take care of your wounds, I will go get some healing medicine for you. Also," he looked at the surrounding weeds and said faintly, "since this is my territory and I am the peak owner, then I will turn this place into the ancient antiquities first peak. First, I want people. Just like a game, if he wanted to develop and build up, then he needed to have the farmer. This was a necessity, and Long Fei needed this kind of farmer as well." Lu Sun said, "Peak owner, do you want to recruit disciples?" Long Fei said, "North Peak is so desolate we must build it. Just the few of us are not enough." Lu Sun said, With the environment here and the lack of cultivation resources, I don't think anyone would be willing to come here. If they didn't have money, if they didn't have food, who would be willing to come? Financial resources were an important aspect of training. Long Fei laughed and said, "Then why did you come?" Lu Xun was startled. Long Fei said, "I am not teasing you. I think you are a smart person." Lu Xun said, "I feel that you can make people stronger and can let everyone around you find their target, so I started to feel jealous of you. I started to feel jealous of the great clan elder's view of you, your protection, and your talent, but then I discovered that I was even jealous of you. They don't even have the right. So I came." Long Fei smiled and said, "There will be many people like you." And then, Long Fei said, "You guys stay here, don't leave, I'm going to the main peak." Uncle Fong. Fong Wamping nodded and said, "Don't worry, peak owner, I'm here." With him here, no one in ancient antiquity would be able to shake him at all. Not to mention the great clan elder, even if the sect leader came out of seclusion, he would not be able to harm Fong Wamping at all. With him around, Long Fei felt more at ease. However, Long Fei did not plan to expose Fong Wamping. He was the guardian of the North Peak, and unless it was a critical moment, he would not reveal his cultivation. The great sword moved. Long Fei gently leaped. The long sword flew straight towards the main peak. Lu Xun muttered, "When did peak owner break through? Isn't the beginning master swordsman rank? This speed. This is too astonishing. I've come to the right place." Lu Xun clenched his fists tightly, and swallowed the heal pill down, allowing himself to recover even faster. Main Hall Peak. At the residence of the Grand Elder. The great clan elder was startled when he saw Long Fei's sudden visit, and after sensing Long Fei's cultivation, he was shocked again, and said, "Unexpectedly, in less than a day, you broke through the immortal swordsman rank. Seems like you entered North Peak's seal?" Long Fei replied, "I went in and gained quite a lot." The great elder replied, "You are the only one. I've also been down there before, but I can't take it. Seems like I chose the right place." Long Fei knew in his heart that the North Peak was a place that the great elder had arranged for him, and he replied, "Thank you for your arrangements, great elder." "Ha ha ha!" The great elder smiled. "You still need me to make arrangements. No matter where, no matter what, as long as you want to do it, who can stop you?" The scene of Long Fei killing the Dark Apostle with one move was still fresh in his mind. Too strong. It was suffocating. Long Fei also smiled but did not explain. Whether it was a rank 6 dragon body or a rank 7 dragon body, neither could be used easily. This was something the First Elder did not know. Right now, his level was still too low, so he needed to work harder. The Great Elder asked, "Why have you come to find me today?" Long Fei said, "I want to recruit some disciples, I want to build a North Peak." "Huh!" The Great Clan Elder was startled. "Do you know why I let you go to North Peak? I just want you to hide and not expose yourself. That place may be desolate, but it's a good place to cultivate behind closed doors. Plus, there are still 2 more months left. Right now, you don't have to do anything. Just focus on cultivating and don't get distracted to do anything else." No, 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 he did not know that Long Fei had the Holy Source vein mine, having resources that he alone could not use. Moreover, Long Fei wanted to use this vein mine of the Holy Source to establish his own power so that every single one of them could step into the divine space. Long Fei said, "I do not wish to participate in clan Congress's matters." "Huh!" The Great Elder was shocked and puzzled. "Why?" Long Fei said, "Don't worry, I will not participate, but I will definitely send people to participate, and I promise you that I will definitely be able to get first place." The Great Elder said, "You don't understand the power of the ancient sections. You have the power to exterminate the gods, and the other sects also have such geniuses. I hope you'll reconsider. Great Clan Elder wanted to raise ancient antiquities' strength. Long Fei was the only one he believed he could defeat the Clan Congress. If Long Fei did not participate, then the ancient antiquity would not even have a single achievement in 2 months. Long Fei said, "There is no need to think about it. I won't participate." You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.